Yo. Yeah, that would do the trick. What's up for Virulental Gabriel? What's up, y'all? Thank you, Sarah Lee. I will indeed frick off. Hello, nerdy. Sorry, YouTube chat, if I miss anything, because I have to pull you up at the start because freaking multi-stream doesn't even recognize you. There it is, Lampshade. What's up? Got a good gift for today. Open search to see if Spyro's live. Nice, Empty Sky. Well done. Good morning, Tokyo Taylor. Willie. Get my socks on. What's up, GKB? Similacrum, yes. Loof. Been out of the country for like 3 weeks. I've now joined you here. Thank you, Loof. Welcome back. Can I have $1 million? Yes.
When is mid-season?
Just wait until the end of stream. When is mid-season? What do you mean? They already had mid-season. You talking about like mid-season? Like the mid-season for mid-season? The 3/4 season? The 11sies? What a mythical gift pull. Are you going to serenade us with the guitar today or what? No. Any high guard lovers here? Didn't play it. Thank you, Spyle. You're welcome. We have first mid-season, but what about second mid-season? Yeah. Ask Techno, when is mid-season? Techno, when is mid-season? He didn't say anything. Do I coach Overwatch? No. I have a Super Bowl prediction? No. Not really. It could go either way. I could see it going either way. I think both teams are really, really, really like solid. This year is like one of the more close calls, for sure. New skins are good. Are there new skins? This is my job, by the way. Thoughts on the new Beach Boys box set? We got a groove. All right, I'm gonna say it. I think the Beach Boys are a little bit more top heavy than a lot of the other '60s goats. Talk about your Bob Dylans, your Beatles, your Birds, all the big Bs, I have found with Beach Boys, you got 2 or 3 really, really strong albums, and then I think it's because they kind of buttonholed themselves in terms of musical style. Their songwriting has not, it doesn't feel as like flexible as some of the other goats. So I'm not as big of a fan. Today's real mecha furry skins. Welcome back, GKB. Okay, so is it in the shop? What? Is this a thing? Who is this? Is this a collab?
What is it?
5 or 6 top tier albums? Fair enough. I haven't listened to everything as much as I'd like. What is this? Loop?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That hair color is really cool.
What is it?
They're
just skins?
Animals. They're just little animals. Look, you got a little foxy. Wait, I'm gonna guess. She's a fox, because Kira's going. He is a polar bear.
Just a bear, yeah. Ursa, yeah.
She is a purple.
What is Pantera? I should know this. Is it dog?
Looks kind of like a
wolf.
Well, obviously.
But
yeah,
lupus, though, that's the problem. Like, that's a rabbit. It's not lupus. It's lepus. Or,
Furries. She's a lion, probably.
I don't know, guys.
Wait, why does she have diva face paint? Look at that.
I think it's kind.
She has diva paint.
I think it's kind of like par for the course here that I can just hate on basically every new skin that they release.
Oh, that's cute.
Like I go to war with the girlies. You know what I'm saying? Like I've got shooters. They've got shooters. We basically just shoot each other a lot. So I think even if it was good, I'm not allowed to like say it's good. It's always bad. It's always bad.
Does she have like a Karen cut? Or is it a
I don't know. I don't know. So if it's not masculine and massive testosterone, then it's automatically woke and bad. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So these are woke and bad skins. Being the official furry skin expert that I am, it's bad.
I just think they should have given Brig a big ponytail like that.
Yeah. My shooters will make sure that we will have more Reinhardt, Reaper, and Genji skins next season.
Actually,
that's what we're working on that one right now.
When's the last time Hazard got a new skin besides this?
I don't know, but I will say, Blood thinks he's him. He looks a little better. His
hair looks good, and the fur muff thing looks good.
Go back and listen to Waiting to Spill by the Backseat Lovers. It's an insane album. Okay. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Alexa. I'm practicing positioning in Ash and Trace. I have no problem. Trace of Ash feels a little vague. Any good reminder for practice? No. Watch my high-level Watch my high-level Masters Ash Plus coaching sessions and take some notes. Maybe you're on tempo, like when you're timing your peaks. Like a lot of Ash players I know just kind of take a sight line in AFK, but when you have like Coach Dynamite Bob, you could take shorter sight lines for like bursts and then kind of reposition. So
the girlies don't know how to take angles. I definitely don't know how to take angles.
Do you think it's worth to take Diva's Fusion Focus Fire perk? I mean, yeah. The Focus Fusion Fire perk, if I remember correctly, is just more about the range of the matchup, more so than anything else, but yeah. Would I say that I'm a hood demon? No, I wouldn't say that. Well, I don't know what that is, but it sounds interesting, so sure.
Shake hands with danger. Meet a guy who ought to know. I used to laugh at safety.
Hey, main is an angle quote from you? I said main is contextually an angle.
You know, here's one thing I'll say. I distinctly remember like the first time I like started playing ranked with Windmaker on Junkertown, and I was on defense on third point. And I walked out of spawn just like and stood directly down the center of the shot.
Yeah.
And you're like, you should
do I have a pointy white hat? Blah, it took me a second. Okay. All right. Come on, man.
I like the Kiriko one.
This is what happens. I stand up against the furries and all of a sudden I'm racist. You see what happens? Do you see what's happened to my Overwatch community? I call out the furry skins and all of a sudden it's over. Like I'm done. The girlies, these are the girly shooters, man. I'm cooked. I might as well just give up now.
Brig looks like the Lion King on Broadway.
Yeah.
Vendetta looks like Cats the musical.
Yeah.
Also Cats the musical.
I mean, honestly, these skins are fine. Like they're pretty. This one, I feel like this one looks too much like a skin she already has, but I can't put my finger on it. I'm not familiar with her skins, but like a lot of these are pretty different, like pretty unique-ish.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Turn her around. What's the back of Brig's hair look like? This is the real question. No, Brig, stop. No, it comes to a point. It looks like Syndrome from The Incredibles. No.
Yeah, it's chill.
No, it needs. Okay, here you could have it short, but then like on the front, give her like two long little like braid things in the front or something.
Yeah.
But I mean,
it's a slippery slope.
They kind of started to get it with like the little side bangs, but why doesn't she get a tail?
Look, guys, skibbity carrot.
Oh.
Okay.
I kind of want that though. Do they have a pepper one?
I don't know, bro.
I think they have like do they have like a bell pepper one?
I don't know. I guess I could check.
I always use the salt one, even though it's like the most
where
basic.
is it? Souvenirs?
What is that thing? An alien plant?
Do they? Oh, so many.
You don't have to look. It's okay.
Wait.
This somehow
Wait, these aren't souvenirs. Wait, no, stop. What?
It's the keychains. Weapon terms.
Oh, I'm blind. Like, I don't even know where to begin. Like,
yeah, it's a good question.
oh,
This is a
I
lot.
can't do this.
Don't do it.
Wait, maybe this is it.
No, these
No,
are like the little.
no.
I have a pizza for that. That's.
Oh, I can't do it.
You don't have to look. It's okay.
It's this one. No, not Ducky Watch.
What? You win with. Just, it's okay. You don't have to do it.
Lock in, find it!
I feel like they had a bell pepper, but maybe I'm. They should make a regular pepper, like one that has like smoke coming off of it, or like flames. What is on Spilo's story? Amari? Maybe? They have black cat. Oh, I can do Grimby though. That's fine. Okay, good to know.
Okay, these are all the...
Do you feel satisfied?
No.
Oh, a donut. Okay.
Wait.
Dude, you hear the wind?
Yes.
That's scary.
Shh. Locking.
Well, I'll get you some coffee while you're walking.
Oh, very good. Okay. There's a watermelon. Oh, watermelon.
There's a watermelon. Yeah. When I said, hey, I want a pepper weapon charm watermelon was what I was actually thinking of. Oh, look at the elephant. How many are there?
Several. I think we're looping. Yeah. No pepper.
Oh. They're so sad. Who do I talk to about this?
I don't know. I have no idea.
How about you?
No, don't talk to me.
About this.
Anyway, chat, that was that. Is that the only way to look through weapon charms? I guess.
Talk to
I'm
Gavin.
not talking to Gavin.
Gavin has nothing to do with that, I don't think.
The new notifications getting to you? What does that mean?
That thing.
Oh, no. No. Gavin is known for doing cosmetics, yes.
Vendetta be like,
Yeah. Or Pinky.
what is going on
Yeah, I
in
don't
her
know.
hand?
She's like...
It's like the Arthur meme.
Yeah, she's got the... What is she doing with her hand? Her thumb's like...
That's what I'm saying. What is going on?
She's
No,
chilling.
look,
You can
it's her-
search it up,
It's the index finger. Look at the index finger. It's like still visible. She's like,
I guess. Anyway,
okay, I'll let you actually.
thank
go
you.
work. Goodbye, room. Go
We
back.
have map voting guide. Carpal tunnel. Yeah. She's doing the Lich King pose.
She has carpal tunnel from carrying the massive sword.
Did I miss anything important?
I'm sorry.
No. I was busy like constipating myself going through the stupid weapon charms. I was not reading anything. When are we adding what's the plan, Spilo? I have it on my to-do list in a couple of weeks, but obviously I'm going to be out of town next week, so yeah. Thank you, Blizzard Ballfart. Blizz Ballfart says, I will make the pepper weapon charm a top priority. Thank you, Blizz Ballfart. Blizz Ballfart, it's got it.
Who's that?
Who's that? Chat, do you think we should tell Pepper who Blizz Ballfart is?
Yes.
She doesn't know. How do you not know who Blizz Ballfart is?
It's one of those mysteries.
Vendetta will often shake her fist in anger. Are you attending the spotlight? Yes. Have I tried high guard? No. Will the guy teach me how to optimally vote to annoy my teammate? Yes. Out of town next week. Did you get announcements? Yes. I will be at spotlight. Your Aaron Killer's Nepo hire cousin? I respect the honesty there. But you know what? You know what Nepo hires turn into? They turn into the best employees because you can bully them around. And also you were raised. Like your genetics are in the company. You know what I'm saying? Like you were raised. It's not a Nepo hire. It's literally your childhood. You know, growing up, you know?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Do you think they'll add team-ups in the spotlight? You have to wait and see. Somebody played the Shake Hands with Danger. So I have my notes here because I've been wanting to do this for a while. I just really didn't know how to do it. Let me pull up Overwatch General because that seems like an appropriate backdrop for pulling up my notes here. Here. Map voting guide. Nodlin.
Me think of you.
People who have gotten buff while getting high ranked in Overwatch. How did you do it? I work a part-time job and I'm going to college part-time as well. I've been managing my diet, sleep, and training hours sustainably for a couple months, but I want to start the strength training as well. Well, let's talk about it. I would say it's possible, but you have to kind of devote, you have to be realistic about your time devotion. So I would say anything like strength training more than like 3 or 4 times a week is probably unrealistic. And I would also not be strength training for longer than like half an hour. Realistically. That's what I would aim for. Like shorter, like just kind of get in the habit of doing it and go from there. Discipline with your sleep, be strict on something like that. Yeah. Get lifting done immediately. Sure. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It's possible. It's possible. But yeah, like I would just start slower. Some of these people in the comments are giving good advice, but also at the same time, like a lot of them are like not professionals, but they're like college athletes. It's like for somebody that wants to get into lifting, you just need to kind of start small. Can you always do basic strength training in queue if you have the floor space? Well, I wouldn't recommend that because I think if you're doing the strength training, it should be like you should be giving it your full attention. Like it should, like you can read a book or listen to some music or listen to a podcast, but like I really don't think you should be multitasking like that. Like when you're playing ranked, rank's your priority. You take a break, you do something else, but your rank's your priority. When you lift weights, lifting weights is your priority. How do I balance my finances when Kiriko has 2 shotguns? Spilo, as a Lucio player, if I play a metronome and voice chat, will my team finally engage on beat? Yes. HIIT, high intensity interval training, I guess, but I would never recommend HIT for somebody that's getting into strength training. I can't be bothered with HIIT. No, it's heat. It's double I.
High intensity interval.
Yeah. So where did the other I go? Just disappears into the void. Then just don't call it. Just don't call it anything. Interval training. I think it's fine, but it's not going to be good for strength training. Okay. This is what I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking of using the same grading strategy for the map voting for verticality, range, and breadth. But instead of doing it on a hero by hero basis, I think I'm going to do it on a map by map basis because it will be easier. And then instead give example heroes instead. The high intensity part is important. Yes, but high intensity interval training is not, I would not say it's a good place to start with weight training. You don't need VO2 max when you're strength training. How is it not good for strength training? Why? What are we talking about? Why are we saying anabolic and VO2 max with strength training? Like, listen, I'm not the guy that's like, let's do 6 minutes of rest between 2 reps, like unless you're powerlifting. But you guys are freaking, you got a bunch of CrossFitters in my Twitch chat. Okay. So yeah, verticality scale, range scale, breadth scale, and I think we pull up our map thing here. Let's pull up our map thing here. Yeah. Overwatch maps. You should do HIIT min-max into anabolic steroids. Yes. Yes. If you're not risking heart failure every single time you work out, are you really working out? That's the quick key question. Where would health pack availability come into play for the map statistics? Very, very minuscule concern. I would say minuscule concern. It has small impact on maps with breadth. Like maps with breadth for flankers, but it's not a priority. That's going to the alpha male sigma funk edit? Yeah. Okay. A Fonk edit of your gameplay? What is Fonk? Is that like a Sigma? Like, what's a Fonk edit? Seriously, what's a Fonk edit? Let me look it up. Fonk edit. I kind of can probably... I don't know what Fonk edit is. Never mind. Fonk. Oh, just bad music. Okay.
Shake hands with danger.
Dude.
Need a guy who ought to know. I used to laugh at safety. Now they call me Three Finger
See, I can't even
Joe.
play it because the last time we did TikToks or shorts on stream, like the copyright police literally chopped off my left butt cheek. Like they were, I just gave up monetizing the YouTube VOD because it was all over it. So, yeah. Yeah, there's no music, then what's the point of like the funk thing, you know? Okay, we gotta lock in. You guys are distracting me. Okay, let's talk about map voting, how to map vote appropriately. What are the 3 factors that impact map voting? We're gonna focus mostly on this. Now, a couple of things crucially here that we're not considering with map voting, okay? First things considered is we're not actually, okay, this is a horrible intro. Can we just try this again? So how professional? You know, I don't want to go full professional intro here. I'm gonna be like partial professional. Okay, so we're gonna talk about map voting in Overwatch. Relatively new system that I think people have kind of ironed some of the kinks out about how to utilize it. But I do think that a lot of people don't really know how to utilize it competitively effectively, especially when you're trying to work your hero pool into it. And so what we're gonna do today is we're gonna talk a little bit about how to map vote effectively depending on your hero pool. And we're going to be crucially ignoring a couple of factors here, but 3 main factors we are going to be looking at. First one is going to be the breadth of the map, like how broad, how wide, how flanky the map is. The second one we're going to be looking at verticality, in other words, how much high ground, how little high ground, keeping in mind that we will be grading these things. And the third one is essentially how compressed the map. That's not what we talked about at all. That's not the third thing. I literally just said that. The third thing we're going to be talking about is how long the sightlines are on the map. So essentially how good are ranged characters, how bad are ranged characters on the map. So again, it's really just the 3 dimensions. It's breadth, it's height, and it's width. And really, as simple as that sounds, being able to kind of analyze the map off of those parameters can really help you decide what heroes to play on the map. Now, crucially, I'm not going to be paying attention whatsoever to meta, like what characters are strong right now. Like I'm not going to be like, don't play this character because he's weak. If it fits for the map, play it. Because this needs to be evergreen regardless of meta. And I'm also going to encourage you guys to stick within your hero pool. Like if you have an optimal hero pool, you kind of want to play heroes that fit your hero pool first. Like you don't want to be playing Widow on a good Widow map if you don't play Widow, right? So I'm just going to kind of give you guys some general guidelines, general guidance of what are the best heroes, the best situations. And encouraging you to vote for these maps when you're given the opportunity to. This isn't going to boost you from platinum to masters, but maybe it will boost you a tier or 2, right? But also it's actually important that you understand these things here. So even if the map voting doesn't necessarily change the way that you see Overwatch in terms of just gaining SR right now, it is important and it's one of the factors to consider when you're trying to position effectively on map. So let's say I'm playing Soldier on Havana. That's a bad map for Soldier. We'll talk about why later. But if you're stuck on Havana, then you need to be thinking, okay, well, how can I find a way to play Soldier on Havana? How can I squeeze my strengths out? So we kind of have to approach things not just from a short-term game, but also a long-term game. And I think talking about map voting does that a lot. Now, as I said, the 3 parameters are going to be width, length, and height. And we're going to be talking about how those characters and which characters do well in those parameters. And we're going to be kind of combining everything into a big clump. We're going to be removing a little bit of nuance here. I'm glad we're starting with King of the Hill because Busan is a great example of a map that generally is pretty broad for a King of the Hill map. Generally has a lot of longer sight lines, especially compared to other King of the Hill maps. But let's say, if I were to say Junkrat isn't amazing on this point because it's a little bit too broad for Junkrat. That might be kind of true, mostly true, partly true. But then if you get Junkrat here on defense and they're trying to walk through a choke and nobody's taking an off angle, Junkrat's amazing. Maybe the best character in the game here. So all of this is done with you can play the character on the map. You just have to understand that there are going to be other characters that might do a little bit better. So what I'm going to do here is, this is going to be a little bit clunky. but I'm going to kind of go through each map and grade it on each scale. We're going to start with length, then we're going to talk about verticality, and then we're going to talk about breadth, and then I'm going to give you guys some examples of characters that are going to do well here. Now, I'm not going to go through every single character, so this is going to be reliant off of you understanding your character. So if you think that Soldier 76 is a really good sniper, you're gonna draw the wrong conclusions here. If you think that Reaper is really, really good on long sight lines, or if you think Wrecking Ball is really bad on broad maps, your preconceived notions about your character are going to lead you to some wrong conclusions here. And sadly, there just isn't a good time to really... I can't do both maps and heroes, so we have to choose one. I might talk about some misconceptions, but for the most part, this is going to rely off of you actually knowing what kind of space that your character likes, okay? Okay, so first things first, we'll talk about Busan. As I said, in terms of, we'll talk about the sight lines. I would give this one, 1 out of 5 stars. I give this one like a 3, maybe a 4 in terms of sight lines, in terms of you're going to like ranged characters here, especially compared to other King of the Hill game modes. Range is really, really good here. It's probably the best sniper King of the Hill map. That being said, it's not going to be as good as Circuit, so if you play longer sightline characters, this is going to be the King of the Hill that you want. In terms of the verticality, it's decent here, but it's not great. So if you're talking about characters like Winston, if you are talking about characters like Reaper, anything that utilizes a lot of verticality, even a character like Mercy, those are characters that, like, if they like the long sight lines, Mercy's pretty good with long sight lines, that's fine, but you're not going to be really utilizing your verticality as much on any of the 3 points here. This one is probably your best verticality map, but if we take a look at Sanctuary, I'm not going to go through every King of the Hill point. Maybe I should, actually. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Just briefly. But yeah, there's not... The verticality on Busan is not great. It's okay at points, but it's not super good. So heroes that are super reliant off of verticality may have mixed success here. And that's often going to be the case with a lot of the King of the Hill maps. We'll keep going here. This is obviously your other point here. And then in terms of breadth, okay, and by breadth, I mean how wide the map is. And this is something that's very favorable for fast heroes, for flankers, anything that has a lot of mobility and a lot of speed, because it allows them to set really wide angles, then you're going to have a pretty good time in Busan. So in terms of breadth, we said about 3.5 stars for length. I would give it about 2 stars in verticality, and I'd give it about 3.5 stars in terms of breadth. This map right here is like a Sombra Wrecking Ball Soldier 76's dream. There's just so much breadth here. Speed is so valuable here. So if you have mobility and you have a bit of range or a way of closing the gap, this map in particular is phenomenal. Would I rather play Sojourn or Soldier in Busan? Depends on the point. This point, you might have an easier time with Soldier. Again, ignoring meta, ignoring how strong the characters are, just in a vacuum. Soldier has more repositioning options here than Sojourn, but the sightlines here are really good for Sojourn. So I think really Sojourn and Soldier are both good on this map because there's enough breadth for Soldier, there's enough sightlines for Sojourn, but definitely more of a sniper-oriented map or one that rewards heavy flankers. So again, I would say this one in terms of verticality, a 2. Characters that are very reliant on verticality, not going to love Busan. Characters that love longer sightlines, characters that love deeper flanks. This is going to be a lot more appropriate for Busan. And one thing I'm going to say about King of the Hill, maybe I should insert this editor, if you guys can insert this at the start. King of the Hill does reward speed and mobility a little bit more because repositioning coming out of spawn matters a lot more. So even though I would say Lucio is not great on Busan, he is pretty good in King of the Hill. And that's just like the general rule, right? So like you'll have characters like Ashe that generally really like these longer sightlines, but may not always feel great here because she's slower. She's more equipped for escort and hybrid. And we'll talk about that. But for other Busan maps as a ball main, to be honest, yeah, that's fine. This is not going to be all about like how a specialist or how an expert does it, but yeah, this is fine. This is a good ball map. You'll have plenty of space to stage. And yeah, that's mostly it. For the most part, as I said, I want to focus more on like the general vibes of how easy it is to position on the map. I'm not really going to focus on, oh, there's spin to win text here, or you could do this here, you could do that there. It's good. We'll keep going here. Let's keep going here. Ilios. Let's turn up the audio just a little bit here now that we don't have the thing buzzing in my ear. Okay, Ilios. So we'll look at well really fast here, but just kind of give you guys a general vibe. I think Ilios in terms of breadth is very, very hit or miss. So this one as well, I would say not very good for sightlines at all, but we'll get the ruins here in just a second. That's the one that everyone kind of knows as like the widow point. Hi, Kitty. And that one is actually pretty darn good for snipers. So for range, I'm going to give Ilios a 2, not good, but with the disclaimer that if you're not playing those 2 points, like these 2 points are kind of mid, they're not great. It's not a 1, but it could be a lot better. That one ruins is actually really quite good. It's just amazing for snipers. So it's definitely a situation where you might actually play a sightline character on this point and then just swap for the other 2 points. It's not terrible to play a sightline character. Like I said, it's a 2, not a 1, but it's not amazing. In terms of the verticality, definitely with the exception of this point where it's useful but not as important. The other 2 points, verticality is super strong. There's so many spaces around the point, on top of the point, and then even if you go here where it's maybe not the best, you've seen a lot of high-level Overwatch people use the crap out of positions like this here and this here, and even be able to reposition from point onto the high ground here. Let's just go full screen here. Very, very, very valuable to do this. And so in terms of verticality, I'd actually give this one closer to a 3, which is pretty high for King of the Hill. King of the Hill generally doesn't get very high verticality values, but you're going to have characters like Winston, Doomfist, Genji, and so on feel a lot better in this map. Even characters like Pharah and Echo, because there's so much more verticality friendliness in the situation here. Now, in terms of breadth, we'll kind of bounce around here. Let's actually go back to one of the other points here. In terms of breadth, definitely not Ilios' strength. It doesn't mean that you can't play characters like Tracer, of course. Like there's plenty of flanks. Doesn't mean you can't play characters like, Ball or Soldier, characters with a lot of mobility and speed. It's fine, but it is a bit more compressed. So you're gonna have some dive mobility characters with verticality, Reaper, Genji, Echo, and so on, Winston, feeling good. And the ones that are more very speedy, wide open, like I said, the Soldiers, and even something like a Tracer is not gonna feel quite as good here as it does on a couple of the other points. It's not bad. It's just a bit more compressed. And I'm gonna give it about a 2. It's doable, just not optimal. And so your ability to kind of take in these wide open sightlines is just not going to quite feel as good. Your hero pool is going to be kind of hit or miss here for sure. But yeah, for here, I like mobility is king, with the exception of ruins. Vertical mobility is king, flyers, divers. And if you're not playing mobility, you really want something with verticality like a Mercy or something like that. Yeah, what is Gomer cooking? Thank you on the watch stream. The watch streak. Okay. Gomer's just enthusiastic, guys. Okay, Lijiang. So Lijiang is extremely weird because I think that Lijiang has a lot of sharp extremes. So I actually am going to try to break this down a little bit more point by point here. For this rotation here, in terms of range, it's okay, but it can be very difficult to establish sightlines because there's a lot of walls. In terms of the value of verticality, it's basically non-existent. Like you could definitely run flyers here because this is pretty good for cover, but especially now that like permaflight is not as strong, verticality is like not super valuable here, not as much as you would think. And then in terms of breadth, it's okay. So I'd give this one in terms of range, maybe a 2, 2.5. In terms of height, like a 2, again, maybe a 1.5. And breadth, I give it like a 2.5, maybe 3. So you're going to have more success with Ball. You're going to have more success with Soldier. You're going to have more success with Tracer. But remember, guys, this is really important. If it gets a bad score for range, or if it gets a bad score for verticality, that is a buff to characters that don't have verticality. Let me explain what I mean. If you're trying to decide between running, let's say, Genji or Tracer here, you're going to prefer Tracer on maps that have a higher breadth score and a lower verticality score. And you're going to prefer Tracer or Genji on maps with a higher verticality score but a lower breadth score. So this is definitely one of those maps where I would prefer Tracer, I would prefer Sombra. Sombra definitely has a bit of verticality, but characters that don't need the verticality as much, whereas a character like Genji or Winston and so on is going to rely more off of that high ground to do what they need to do. This is why you can run characters like Sigma or Zarya here, even though it's a pretty broad map, because you don't really need to worry about high ground all that much. It's just not that relevant. So in terms of your characters to choose here, I mean, anything that can get here quickly, Koth is still Koth, so fast and speed is great. But you're a little bit more flexible here, keeping in mind that can be very difficult to retake if everybody's just trying to come across on bridge. Okay, so moving on. Let's go to the second point here. And I hate to do it, but like I said, I really think that Lijiang is so different. So different. On a point-by-point basis. This one is a little bit similar to the last one. The sightlines are about the same. I give it like a 2.5. It's not bad for King of the Hill, for sure. But then, in terms of breadth, it's okay. It's pretty good, about the same again, 2.53. And then in terms of the verticality, it's again a little bit better to 2.5. So I'd say this point is probably the most flexible of the Lijiang points. It's not as toxic to verticality-based characters. You don't have to have mobility. You can force point. You can fight here without mobility, not a big problem. Verticality is decent, but it's not oppressive. This is definitely like the anything kind of goes on this point here. You can do anything that you want here, really. So you don't really need to worry too much about what you're playing in this point because just about everything can work. Nothing is oppressive. It's like just straight up middle of the road all the way through. Now, this next point, this one is definitely an extreme. Definitely an extreme. Because in terms of range, it's like a 1.5 or a 1. Very, very compressed point. Very compressed point. In terms of the verticality, again, like a 1.5. It doesn't get much worse. It's about the only relevant verticality in this map. It's not even really here. This is a bit overrated. It's very niche. It's more about can you access this high ground from point. That's fairly useful, so I'll give it like a 1.5. Not great. And then in terms of the breadth, like a 2.5. That's probably the most underutilized aspect of this map if you're playing a sniper character, is like you can go coast, you can flank around in dark here, but it's very, very challenging to do so. So this is where brawl, short range, fast, mobility-based characters are king. Your Reapers, your Meis, your Torbjorns, your Reinhardts, your Zaryas, your Ramatras, and even the dive characters like a Genji and so on can function relatively well just because it's shorter range. So not a lot of verticality, but it's shorter range. It's Junkrat's amazing here. Anything that involves this. Now, if you are going to run something with a bit of range, as I said, you can use Coast-Side because there's not only verticality here, but there's also your sightlines here. But it can be a very challenging map to function with sniper characters on, to the point to where, like, I honestly think Widowmaker on this point probably has like a 25-20% win rate. Almost impossible to get the sightlines that you need. Very, very difficult. Very difficult to open up space here. How we doing? Okay, everybody following me so far? Any questions, concerns? I'm going to try to focus on any super niche questions, but if there's anything major, let me know. It's a 1 to 5 scale right now, Victor, but I may not be utilizing it perfectly. Yeah, Lucy's good in that point. Lucy's good up short range. Speed in general is good in King of the Hill, so yeah. Yeah, so Juno, I don't mind answering specific questions on certain heroes briefly, although we won't do them for all heroes. Oh, I'm losing connection. Hey, Pepper? What? Are you playing Overwatch?
No, why?
Okay, my latency just... Okay, yeah, the internet's just exploded. Okay, I'll close it. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I don't know what's going on. My bad, chat. I think so. Yeah, it is. Kind of tragic. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't even know if that was it or not. It might have just spiked. Sorry, guys. It's still giving me kind of issues, though, so I'm going to wait a second. No, it's still trash. Yeah. Okay. Frick, man. Make sure nothing's running on behind the scenes. I don't think so. No, we're still red barring. Okay, we'll give it a second shot. The game should not affect internet traffic almost at all. Well, it's not Overwatch. It's the internet I have. Okay, I think we're okay. Amari, no scratching, please. Thank you. So Juno, I will get to the Juno question. So Juno, I mean, speed is good in King of the Hill, and Juno is fine in King of the Hill, but King of the Hill can be a bit more compressed than Juno likes. So I'd say Juno is like B tier, King of the Hill, B plus. Like she's solid. She's quite good. I prefer her over Bap, Ana, depending on the most maps probably. But she's not like in Lucio tier for me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sanctum. Weird map. Very weird map. In terms of range, it's like a 3 or a 2.5. For King of the Hill especially, it's exceptional. In terms of the verticality, just really, really bad. Like 1.5, just almost irrelevant verticality. The only verticality that really matters is if you have verticality, it often means that you can kind of traverse here, but you're really not relying off of verticality because like even characters that don't have verticality can get across here, right? So it's like kind of unfair to say verticality is valuable there. It's like almost completely worthless. You can climb here, but like it's just whatever. Breadth, it's actually not that good. I give it like a 2 because technically you have different angles, you have different lanes, but they're extremely predictable. So what you have here is, this is why it's just one of my least favorite King of the Hill points in the game, is a map that's really good for snipers until you lose a fight. And that's basically almost impossible to retake because the range goes from like 2.5 to like 1. Because every single flank that you take is basically shoving it up the enemy's face, and it just does not work. It's just really, really miserable. So I'd give this one a big asterisk to where this map is just not very well designed, and so it's going to feel very hit or miss. It feels amazing for characters like Junkrat and Reaper when you're already won the fight. But to win the fight with Junkrat, Reaper, and the snipers can be really bad. And then it feels amazing to hold it. Basically, this map it's great if you're on defense, it's terrible on attack, and it really doesn't matter what character that you're playing. It's just not great. Like it kind of breaks the script here. I will say characters with mobility are gonna feel better here because it allows you to try to get around these flanks. So I'd say this one is definitely more angle pilled because it's almost impossible to retake space without some sort of mobility. Tracer, Doomfist, Winston, Wrecking Ball, and so on. But it's still not great. Alternatively, you could just go full brawl mode and just hope for the best. Not great. Not great. You can tell a map is badly designed when there's just like I don't know how to describe it. It just feels bad for everybody, It's the same problem that we had with Powdered ESO the other day, so. Okay. Village. Village is, I will say, on the 1.5, 2 for range. It can work. It can just feel very awkward to get shoved in, but at least as opposed to the last one, there's different ways. So I'll give it more of a 2 because there are ways to take different angles. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4 different windows that you can peek out of relevantly. In terms of the verticality, I give this one like a 2.5 actually. The verticality isn't super useful around here, but it's actually very, very useful around point. It's one of the main ways that you should be playing this map with any character like Genji, Freya, Pharah, Echo, Winston, Diva, Mercy, even characters like Lucio and so on can get a lot of value, Baptiste, out of playing around the high grounds around point. Even the stuff over here, verticality is very much rewarded. It's a little limited, which is why I wouldn't say it's higher than 2.5, but it is very important to the point here. And then in terms of breadth, I will give this one also a 2.5, which is, again, not super high. But there are a lot of options about how you want to retake this point. And the difference, you could definitely see like at higher levels, the difference in creativity with how people retake this map kind of scales at higher ranks. Lower ranks going to have a hard time. I encourage lower ranks to be more creative and be more selfish. Just go by yourself if you have to. But there are a lot of ways to retake this, which means that you can have a defender's advantage, but it's not impossible. So characters like Sombra, Tracer, Ball, not great for them because it is a bit compressed, but there are angle options that you can consistently take so that your staging never feels like completely pointless. Even a character like Soldier 76 normally would suffer with how compressed this map is. Like I said, it only has like a 2 in terms of a range, but because you do have a lot of angle options, you can generally find a weak point in the armor to actually do something. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going there. Osis, as I pronounced it when I was a kid. I was telling Pepper the other day, back in my St. John's River adjacent woodsy backyard as a kid, I found a little pond. Like 9 years old. I was like, Mom, I found an Osis. Yeah, that's definitely. I did. I told you it's the spatula thing all over again. Yeah. So Osis, and this is City Center. I really think we're going to be doing this point by point for the rest of the VOD. I think that makes the most sense, sadly. So little more tedious, but it's important. Okay, so range 2.5 maybe if you get defender's advantage. A little bit overrated. The sightlines can feel oppressive at specific points, like spawn camping, pocketed hit scan on high ground, but there's just so many freaking ways to close the gap or avoid the hit scan sightlines. I really hesitate to put this any higher than like a 2.5, especially when you have all these escorts and hybrids that are coming up here. So you can make poke characters work here. It just may not feel consistently good. In terms of the verticality, I'll give it like a 3, 2.5, maybe a 3. I'm going to kind of lean more towards like a 2.5, I think, because again, it's like the relevant verticality. This is underrated, the stuff that you could do over point, but then you still have kind of like an awkward gap between you and where your targets are. And the same thing kind of goes here. It's like, oh, I can use the verticality, but oftentimes it's too far away. So there is relevant verticality, but it is a bit overrated. This point for Freya, yeah, it's kind of exactly my point. Like Freya's fine here, but like, it's not as good as you might think as compared to some of the other points that we could have for Freya. So I'll give it a 2.5. It's all right. It's all right in terms of verticality. So, you know, Genji will feel good here, but the breadth, I'm going to give closer to like a 2.5, 3, because even though it's not super wide, the angles themselves are really good. You have health packs all along the way. Somebody was asking about the relevance of health packs. Well, it's pretty relevant here. You have like 1, 2 lanes per side, right? So you got like 1, 2. There's health packs all along the way. There's lots of ways of wrapping around and rotating. Retaking space from spawn really rewards having some sort of speed or flanker character. We're going to quarters. Yeah, I'll give it a 3. So breadth characters are going to feel amazing here. Speed, soldiers, 76 can feel decent here despite the sightlines not being amazing because there's generally enough angle options. You know, I guess also in terms of breadth here, we can also talk about some of the other supports that fit that category. I think Moira, Kiriko, these are characters that like breadth. They have more mobility options. They can open wider angles. They can help their DPS. You may not see Moira Kiriko playing like that consistently, but if you are a Moira Kiriko that knows what you're doing, then you're going to like broader maps. Maps that allow you to open a little bit wider, do some silly stuff here. Like a Moira Tracer on the flank here is pretty darn scary in this map. Very difficult to dislodge. And characters that are a little bit more compressed are definitely going to have a little bit of a harder time. Yeah, okay, we'll keep going here. Does durability also prefer breadth? I'm not sure what you mean by durability. What am I doing? Kiriko is very good in that point, I would say, yes. Very broad, there's enough sightlines. She also has that little bit of that verticality. She is, I think, the most flexible support in terms of like her positioning, but yeah. Okay, so this one, I think range takes a little bit of a... I actually think range is about the same here. It's about the same. A lot harder to retake the position, but once you do, I do think the high grounds are pretty good. The sightlines are okay. I'm actually going to give this one like a 2, 2.5. It's all right for sightlines, not too bad. And in terms of verticality, it's a mixed bag. I'll give it another 2.5 here, just because there are some really relevant capabilities, like being able to play the verticality around point. It's way better than the previous point, but that's basically it. Like this and this, there's your verticality. There's your relevant verticality in this map. So there's actually technically a little less verticality than the previous point in terms of like square footage, I guess. But the relevance of where it's placed is better than the previous one. So it's about the same. About the same. Whereas if you're taking fights over here, verticality just isn't all that useful. So, you know, if you're playing Winston into Ram, you're not going to want to be taking fights here too often. You're going to want to be taking fights over here, which does limit you a little bit. And then in terms of the breadth, it's definitely less than the last one, maybe a 2.5. There are options here, like you do have your angles and lanes here, but they're a little bit naked, they're a little bit exposed. There are fewer health packs to sustain you along the way. One of the best breadth angles that you could take as a flanker is definitely going to be coming through here, utilizing this lane here, but it's not as friendly. It's a bit more compressed than the previous one. So I would say anywhere from a 2 to 2.5. So Tracer's fine here, you know, Samra's fine here, but they're not going to feel quite as strong, at least not as many rotational options as you did with City Center. Would you say that Bastion and Soldier often exist in the same range? Yes, similar ranges. I would say Soldier definitely has a slight range advantage over Bastion, though. Slight range advantage, and definitely a breadth advantage that can go way, 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 way wider. Like I would say, mobility is sustained, durability is also sustained. Do sustain prefer breadth? No, sustain does not prefer breadth. So sustain prefers characters that they can actually reach, and if they can't reach it, they run out of resources really fast. So Ram would prefer a point like this. It's a bit more compressed than City Center most of the time. And speaking of compressed, speaking of breadth, this is one of the most compressed points in the game. So we talked about our Legion Tower Control Center. This is Oasis counterpart, where the sightlines are going to get like a 2, like we're slowly degenerating. Not a great sightline map. I won't say it's like a 1, but 1.52, not great for long-range characters. And then in terms of the verticality, again, not great, probably even weaker. I'd say 2 again as well. Really only relevant here. I mean, you could argue, 1.5, but I could see that this is a pretty relevant space, so you can get value out of your mobility here. And then in terms of breadth, we're like down to a 1.5. Like it's really not good. Like not good at all. Both lanes that you're fighting for are very compressed and small, and they're very close to main, so it's really hard to wrap around. This is why you'll often see Tracer, Sombras, Balls that are playing on this map. They actually just go underneath. Like, so this gives a little bit of breadth points, which is maybe why it's a 2 instead of a 1.5. But you literally just take forever to get there because if you get caught here as Tracer into a Junkrat, or you get caught here as Tracer versus a Cassidy, there just really isn't a way to wrap around or position. Like, you're just pretty much straightforward at them. So this one is definitely the more brawl-oriented map. This is definitely the Lijiang Tower Control Center. This is definitely the one that can feel challenging as Hitscan, can feel challenging as a flanker, but it's a Junkrat dream, it's a Reaper dream, it's a Ramatra dream, it's a Lucio dream, it's a Brigitte. Brigitte, if she had speed, is pretty good here. Like, there's just a lot of choices. I wouldn't say it's the worst design map, definitely not. I don't mind the variety, especially considering that the different points are okay, and there are options, but I agree that it feels a little bit compressed at times, but yeah. This one's definitely more compressed. Okay, let's keep going. What am I doing? I'm supposed to go to maps here. One more King of the Hill map, and then we could take a brief pause. Samoa. I think one of the better map designs that Overwatch has had recently, just because it feels like there are definitely stylistic and playstyle differences for each point, but they aren't as sharp as some of the other ones, and there always feels like there's an option here. Now, this one might be a little bit challenging. We'll talk a little bit more about this one. So this is Volcano. Ba-ba! And Volcano, in terms of range, I'm going to give it a 2, 2.5. Again, it really depends on where you're taking fights. Like, it can feel like a 3 if you're pushing into like a damage boosted hit scan on point here. It can feel like oppressive. But the reality is that most of the fights, with whether they're happening here or happening at the choke, hit scan's going to struggle. Longer sightlines are going to struggle here, so I'm going to give this one probably a 2. It's okay. It's not impossible, bless you, but it's not amazing. Now, in terms of the verticality, yeah, like 1.5. Like, just not really relevant. You can play little games here. You could definitely play some games here, but these are not positions that are super relevant. This is probably the most relevant verticality position in the game for your characters like Reaper, Winston, Genji, Pharah, and so on. But like, your verticality just doesn't really do a lot here. Cheers, Orb. This is just not amazing. Not amazing. So in terms of your character's map voting guide, more like maps guide. Well, okay, so the reason why we're doing it this way is because I want you to be like, okay, this is my hero pool. My hero pool is Mercy, Lucio. Okay, so if I get, Havana, Paraíso, Lijiang Tower, I have a pretty clear idea of which one I want to vote for depending on which hero I want to play, right? I want Havana, I want Paraíso for Mercy, excellent Mercy maps, lots of verticality, lots of range, which is like what Mercy likes. But if I get Lijiang Tower and I've got a Mercy, Mercy BAP hero pool, I'm in trouble. Like, that's not a great. I'm not in trouble, but I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna have to start. So, okay. In terms of the breadth here, again, I'll say this is like a 2. The reason why it doesn't get higher, even though it has technical breadth, is because this lane here is not irrelevant, but it's pretty bad. So basically, when you're retaking space, most of the time you're kind of limited to only approaching from this angle, which is why it can feel a bit repetitive to play Tracer Wrecking Ball. There's a lot of space in this map that's not wasted, but it can be difficult to retake space on. So I would give this one like a 2. Not great for those wider heroes, not amazing. You're going to have to struggle to stage, and it can be a little bit repetitive. Okay. This is going to be Beach. The one pictured. And this is, on a range perspective, 2, 2.5, doable. mostly from these opposite high grounds. We've all played versus a really good hit scan here, or maybe even a hit scan off to the side here. Pretty good. There's enough space for you to get it done for sure. Retaking can definitely be a challenge, which is why it really does not get higher than a 2 or a 2.5, but it is doable. In terms of verticality, I'll give this one about a 2, 2.5. Not a lot of opportunities to utilize that verticality, but where it is usable is pretty nice. You have opportunities to climb around here. You have opportunities technically to climb around here. This is definitely a very valuable verticality location right around here, and that is also mirrored on the other side. So characters with verticality absolutely can function here. It's not going to be your strongest point, but it's going to be better than probably the other 2 points of Samoa. It's going to be your best point for Genjis and Winstons and so on, just because of that verticality. In terms of breadth, again, I'm going to give this one like a 2.5. Or maybe, I don't know. I might give this one a 3 because it's a little compressed, but the options are pretty good. Like you can go here, you can go underneath, you can also wrap all the way around behind. And then this one, as opposed to the previous one, we really only had one other good lane option. This is really good for tracers and sombras and soldiers and balls and Winstons and divas and even pocketed hit scans. So want to open a wide angle, right? Like anything with a bit of speed, your DPS Moiras, your DPS Kirikos, like you have a lot of breadth that's really good. There's a lot of cover. There's relevant health packs on both sides. That definitely what we said about the health packs, right? They're relevant on the breadth measure for sure. So I'll give this one a 3. This one is definitely by far the most hybrid map, which is I think why people like it the most, because really nothing's too bad here. You can run hit scan okay. It's not impossible to retake. Your flat characters you're fine. Your fast, your brawl, your poke, your dive, your high mobility, your skirmish, whatever you want to call it. Basically everything can function here, and it really kind of becomes a skill match of who's going to play it the best. Is this one a little bit odd for Soldier because you can just dive? Right, well, yes and no, but Soldier can also very well function retaking space here, pressuring here, being patient, even opening wide here, right? And then you can very patiently take space here. If you're trying to retake Soldier through this angle here, I'd say it's not the best, but I would say Soldier is probably better here than on the previous point. Definitely harder. Yeah, very, very flexible point, and it's also a very beautiful point too. Okay, last one for Samoa. This one's going to be downtown. And this one is the one that is definitely more favored for, hit scan. And when I say hit scan, I just mean range characters for sure. Range characters are going to feel great. And fast characters are going to feel great. Those shorter range, slower characters or characters that are overly reliant off of verticality might struggle. In terms of sightlines, it gets about a 2.5, maybe even a 3. I might give it actually a 3 here. It's got very, very, very strong sightlines for a King of the Hill map. Definitely up there with Busan, maybe a little bit behind. Lots of high grounds, lots of different ways of retaking space here. And then in terms of verticality, I'm going to give it like a 2. Again, not very high, but the places that you can access it, which are here and here, are very important. So there's not a lot of high grounds, but the ones that are relevant are actually pretty important. Technically, this high ground is relevant too, and this one as well, but significantly less so. So I would say maybe 2 at most, a 2.5, not a very high ground relevant map. So you're going to have a hard time here with anything that relies off of that. Now, in terms of breadth, this one's also quite good. I'm going to give this one a 3 as well, maybe even a 3.5. Only reason why I wouldn't necessarily go higher than a 3 or a 3.5 is that essentially you have a lot of these lane options, but then the targeting might be far away from the high ground. So you take these flanks and then you still have a really nasty sightline. So breadth, we'll say like a 3. It's good. It's good. A lot of those, again, Tracer Sombras. I'm going to try to mix things up here. Let's pull up let me pull up the Overwatch hero list here. Because I'm going to try to, if you're going to watch this whole video and you're like not sure really where your hero stands, Overwatch. Overwatch heroes. Like Amalga. If you are really good at repositioning with Amalga, definitely a character that likes breadth, like wide open lanes. Feels unintuitive, but that's absolutely a big thing for Amalga. Feels okay for Doomfist for that very front. Might not feel as good for like a Ramattra because he doesn't quite have that lateral speed. But I'm trying to look through here. Is there anything else that really comes to mind here? Yeah, Juno. Yeah, movement, speed. Yeah, sure. It's okay. Okay. Any questions with King of the Hill? Any questions with any of these maps? Any major big points here before we move on to Maps that are going to demand a little bit less finagling. Speaking of which, Circuit Royale. Yeah, May feels good in Samoa until that last point. Your verticality is not something that you can really exploit as easily there. The breadth is a little annoying. And then it's a little bit almost too ranged for May. Hazard. Definitely a character that likes verticality a lot. Does not like breadth very much. Even when he gets his minor perk with the faster jump, he's just too slow. Diva also is not a character that loves breadth as much. Diva and Hazard are cut from very similar cloths where they're mobility tanks, but they like going up. They don't like going long distances. They're just too slow. Too slow. Lucio, definitely he's good in King of the Hill because movement's important or relevant to the map. Not a sightline character. Not really a breadth character either. Like there are other supports that do that better. Okay with verticality. So the less breadth, the less verticality, the better the Lucio does. The less sightlines, the better Lucio does. No, it's not a dumb question at all. I think Lucio actually does a little. Lucio's a bit underrated on verticality. That's kind of a fun one to consider. So yeah, to wrap that up, King of the Hill, if we ignore every single map detail, fast characters are just always good in King of the Hill. Like almost always. Even if it's like, Busan. Genji's not as good in Busan because there's not a lot of verticality. But just being fast because it's a timer, like tick, 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 just being fast is good. Just being fast. So take that with a very heavy grain of salt. Yeah, interesting question, Basilisk. We'll actually talk about that a little bit here. I do not have the stats page open for maps on the side. I don't want to look at the stats page because I'm not sure that every rank is going to be playing the map appropriately, and I want to kind of educate people how they ought to be playing it. And I also think if we open the stats page, we'd get completely swamped because I would also have to compare the win rate of the character on all maps versus the win rate of the character on that map. And then I'm also like, are gold Kirikos really angling? Is that not tanking? Like, Kiriko should be good on Samoa because of the angles, but maybe the Kiriko players are just heal botting and then just winning off of Kitsune, in which case a gold Kiriko might actually like a more compressed map than she technically should. It just opens a whole can of worms. I'd rather, one of the few times where I'm actually going to trust my gut and my experience coaching this game, then I am going to trust stats here. But yeah, great question. And something that I actually probably should have brought up earlier. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of lump Escort and Hybrid together, which maybe is a little bit unfair, but I'm going to do it anyway. Escort and Hybrid are basically payload maps. Hybrid being you have to capture the payload and then push it, and then Escort is you just push it. And generally, Escort and Hybrid is the more popular game mode in lower ranks because it doesn't require as much dynamic attention. Like, you don't have to worry about a lot of things besides just shooting what's on your screen. Now, whether that's good or bad, it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to comment on it. But I am going to say that characters that are better about just kind of pressuring what's on your screen are going to do better in Escort Hybrid. Escort Hybrid has one big difference between King of the Hill, and that is that almost all of the range scores are going to be higher. So snipers are going to feel a lot better. Poke characters are going to feel a lot better. But also crucially, whereas some of the King of the Hill points were very compressed, so dive tanks could struggle. You're going to like snipers and you're going to like mobile tanks a lot of the times. Now, Circuit is not exactly the best example, but with these big, broad spaces, having characters like Doomfist, Wrecking Ball, Winston is going to feel a little bit better than you might think, or even characters like Sigma that have range. So it can be challenging to close the gap. I was coaching a Masters game earlier, and somebody was playing Zarya, and I convolved second, this massive high ground, and it was just miserable, right? And that's like the key thing right there. So we want snipers, we want mobility most of the time. We'll go from there. So Circuit Royale. I mean, we're not going to go over every point on Circuit. I think verticality is decent here. I'll give this one about a 2.5. It's better than I think people expect it to be because the verticality with places like this, the verticality with places like this, and crucially on third point, I would give it like a 2.5. It's okay. It can win you some really crucial moments here, but beyond that, it's not amazing. In terms of breadth, how wide the map is, terrible. Up until third point, it's okay. Third point has some decent options, but I would give this probably a 2. 2. And the reason why it's a 2 is because even though third is really broad, on first, it's one of the most compressed maps in the game. And the second point, it's also one of the compressed maps in the game, because even though there technically are flank options, they're very difficult to set up and are very, very unfriendly. Now, does that mean that you can't play Wrecking Ball here? No, and this is why, okay? Because Wrecking Ball is also really good on sniper maps because he can close these long sightline gaps very quickly. And so this is why you have to have a full understanding of how your character likes to position. Maybe we'll do that for another video, because Wrecking Ball is actually decent on Circuit Royale because the sight lines in Circuit Royale are like 4 out of 5, 4.5 out of 5. Very long sight lines, very difficult to close the gap unless you're absurdly fast and can hide your headbox. So this is where essentially when you're looking at a character like Wrecking Ball, he's very bad because breadth sucks, but he's so freaking fast at gap closing, Doomfist as well, very good, that it doesn't matter as much. Now, if you think about that, you think about, okay, well then what tank is bad here? Well, surprisingly, most tanks aren't too shabby, but any tank that isn't very fast can struggle, or doesn't have good sightlines can struggle, depending on the situation. Yeah, he's also immune while closing, right? So, your Sigmas can do great here, Wrecking Balls can do great here, even Rhine, because there's not a lot of breadth, so he can kind of just focusing and mitigating on what's in front of his face, can be very good here. Yeah. But yeah, two breadth, maybe 1.5. The only thing that I would say is 2 is because third point's so broad. But yeah. Did you know in the third point of this map there's no mega health back vault? Yes. And that's exactly why it doesn't get like a 2.5 for breadth, because yes, there is technically breadth on 2, which is very important, but it's not as useful as it should be. Like I said, this map is just kind of a train wreck. It's gotten a little better, but still has major problems. Queen has no bad maps. Definitely a hot take. I would say this is one of those bad maps where it can be very difficult to gap close, and it's very hard to mitigate on front. So, okay. If your character likes range, if your character doesn't like breadth, you're gonna like Circuit Royale. It's like a character like Junkrat, even though he's not amazing because of how long the sightlines are, because there's never like, you don't have to flank deep. You could just kind of put your attention into smaller areas. Junkrat can be decent. Yeah. Okay. Dorado. Whoops, I didn't uncheck. There you go. Dorado. So, sightlines for Dorado, I'll give it like a 3.5, maybe a 4 even. I think I'm going to give it a 4. Very, pretty consistently solid all the way through. Maybe even 4.5. Like, it's just, there's decent sightlines all the way through. Like, all the way through, there's decent sightlines. You can run, especially in defense, your Widemakers, your Hanzos, your Cassidys, your Ashes, your Soch, they're just always good. Like, they're always going to be good here. Now, the interesting aspect of Dorado is that it is really good for sightlines, but it is also really good for verticality. I'd give it about a 4 for verticality. The only reason I wouldn't maybe give it a higher, I don't know, chat. Like, maybe, I'm in hindsight going to be like, should have been a 5, but it doesn't have to be perfect. The number is not that important. I'm going to tell you approximately this is going to be good for your verticality map. So there's this weird irony where this map is very, like, pretty decent for Genji, but it's also pretty good for snipers. So you're either leveraging your verticality to get nice and close to people, or you're leveraging your range to keep your distance here. So there's a lot of ways to leverage verticality on this map, first, second, and to a lesser extent, third. And then in terms of breadth, it's pretty good broad as well. First point, maybe not as many options, but they are there if you're smart enough to take them. Second point, breadth is just, there's so much space in the sides. And third point, again, a little bit more limited, but there are some options. I'll give this one only a 3, which seems a little bit crappy. But it's mostly because a lot of the breadth is kind of front-loaded into second point, whereas first and third don't have near as many choices. So it can be challenging for certain flankers, certain flexible characters, even like a Soldier 76, to like find the angle that you need. It could just feel a little bit difficult too. 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. So pretty flexible map. A lot of characters can function here. The characters that I think that won't function as well are characters that are more short-range focused and that don't have mobility. So you'll still have your points, like you can still hold your chokes here and so on, but there are going to be some points that are going to be more difficult. Third point's going to feel a little bit better for you. You're going to notice a pattern here. A lot of escort hybrids have more friendly, compressed heroes. In other words, there's fewer breadth options, so your Ramatras and Ryans, Junkrats, Reapers, Torbjorns, and so on are going to feel a little bit better on third point. Okay. Let's keep going here. Is the lack of breadth on first point why people get stuck here? Yes. Yes. You could technically go high ground, but it could feel a long way and very unfriendly to do so. It's better than it used to be, but yes, the lack of breadth and also the extreme verticality on first point is definitely why it is so defender favored. Why do I think Dorado is so unpopular? Because first point, it's just literally first point, kind of what we said, and a couple of other people don't like snipers as much either. I think people really have problems, especially in lower ranks, solving this map because the answers are not easy. That's why. So it is definitely a skill issue, but it's also an understandable skill issue because it's not easy to find ways to take space in this map. Yep. So yeah, definitely one of the more unpopular, I think, hybrids or escorts. Yeah, Winston's great here. Winston's definitely a dive tank with speed and verticality. So he doesn't mind the breadth as much as like a Diva or a Hazard does. So, okay, Havana. Range here, it's like a 4.5. Crazy good. Second point definitely causes some issues, but first and third, about some of the best sniper points in the game. Just very difficult to gap close on you, very few rotational options. And then even second point, I'd still give it like a 3.5 can still be totally fine. Third point is just insane. Like third point has crazy sightlines. So give it a 4.5, I think all the way through. We may not have a 5 because I think if Circuit or Havana don't get a 5, I don't know if anybody gets a 5. So yeah, definitely a 4.5 or a 5, about as sniper heavy as it gets. And then in terms of the verticality, I'm going to give it like a 2.5. There are some very relevant points of verticality here. I think relevant verticality is definitely right here. And then again, relevant verticality here. A little bit of relevant verticality here. And then obviously everybody knows the relevant verticality here. I'm kind of highlighting not just the spots where you can take high ground, but where it actually matters. And I think that's kind of the key point here. So that's why I'm going to give it a 2.5. So you can play Winston and Havana. You can. It's just not going to feel as good as you'd like. You can play Genji. You can. It's just going to feel a little bit more challenging. In terms of breadth, and I think this is part of the reason why Havana can feel a little bit toxic, is that it's a very broad map. But the breadth, when you actually look at it, is not super friendly. This is really crappy. This is doable, but very isolated. This is technically an angle that just, right? Not so good. And then this one's very isolated and there's not a lot of support for here. And then also to get from like point A to point B or point B to point C, there's these open sight lines where you can't really transition quickly. So there's technically a lot of breadth, but the effective breadth is not all that good. It can still feel really difficult to actually take space into snipers. If you've ever played Tracer on this map, you know what I'm talking about. Like you could stage literally all the way around and you're like, the Widow just grappled the high ground, or the Zen standing in the open, I got a double blink to get to him, right? So it could feel really challenging for more speedy characters to get there. Now, characters like Wrecking Ball can still make it work because they're just so absurdly fast, and they have the verticality that maybe a character like Tracer Sombra does not. Sombra does, but you know what I mean. But yeah, like it could feel challenging. And the same thing happens with third, right? There's a lot of angles and lanes that can work, but if you've ever played like a flanker trying to break this here, I mean, it just sucks, man. Like there's just nowhere to go. Like, oh, you could just go this way, right? Well, but oh my gosh, it's so far from everything, right? This is definitely an improvement in the map design process, but a lot of the breadth, I'm gonna give this one like a 2.5. It's technically there, and it's technically there in spades, but it just doesn't work near as well as you think it might. Just not near as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's why it's one of the least popular maps, I think, in higher ranks, because there are just very few solutions to certain problems. We'd say this map can be a struggle for mid and short range hit scans. Well, remember, range is relative. So it's an exceptional Cassidy map until they go Asher Widow, right? You're going to destroy Genjis and Tracers until they go better range hero, right? And this is why you'll often see like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors. You roll out on Cassidy, you know, they swap to Ashe, and then you swap to Hanzo, and then they swap to Widow on third point, and then you just eventually escalating the range. Now, Cassie still can make a lot of things work on second point. It's compressed enough to make it work, but yeah. Okay. Junkertown. Now, this map has gotten better in terms of the flexibility of compositions work. So range is still going to be up there in the 4s. I'm still going to give this one a 4. Maybe a little bit less than Havana. Definitely a little bit less than Havana. But range is still objectively a challenge here. Like, there's still lots of sightlines on first, third especially, second point as well. But there's slightly more relevance for all the other stats. Verticality, first point's not amazing, but it can be fairly relevant. Very, very relevant on second point, and also pretty darn relevant on third too. So I'm actually going to give this one a 3, a little bit of a step up over Havana in terms of the relevant verticality. It's not just the high grounds, the number of high grounds, it's also the quality. So if your character likes high grounds, you got your Doomfist, Genjis, even something like Mei with her Mei wall, actually can make a lot of stuff work. Junkrat, right? You take high grounds, it allows for a lot of staging and setup opportunities. And in terms of breadth, I'm going to give this one like a 3 as well. It's just a little bit better than Havana. You have more staging grounds for fast characters that can wrap around. And even if that one doesn't feel too good, well, you could wrap around this way. And then because of the number of structures here, even if they're running Widowmakers, there's enough cover for you to use these flanks to actually get to targets. That's the problem with Havana. The paths are there, but then once you're there, the target's still too far away. But with Junkertown, there's enough cover, structures, health packs, small rooms, staging grounds. It's not perfect, but it's slightly better where there's just going to be a little bit more options for those flat-oriented characters, that flanking Reinhardt, that flanking Moira, that Reddit Lucio to close the gap. Now, on third point, I think it's definitely a step downwards. Many of these take way too long, are way too isolated, and this is why I think third point is by far the worst design point, which is, I think, maybe a bit ironic. I think people would think first or second, but I actually think third can be a little bit worse. Way too snowbally, way too problematic, but they're still technically there, but it is definitely a step down. Spyly apps for 2 hours about stuff that we'll put into practice. Please don't say that. Don't say that to me. Dude, I had people begging me for the Flashpoint guide, literally begging for weeks. Like dozens of people. And it's like my least viewed video of like the last year. Oh dear. It is what it is. I should know better, but I enjoy talking about it. Okay. Yes. Let's keep going here. Rialto. One of the more, has some awkward points, but definitely one of the more dynamic escorts. You have in terms of sightlines, I'm going to give this one like a 3.5. Again, it's slowly stepping down from Havana. There are some really oppressive points, like this can feel really challenging to take as attackers, and obviously this is like infamously bad, right? But once you get past that, that's pretty much it. And crucially, in a couple of these, especially first point, there is a lot of architecture that you can use to gap close. So oppressive sightlines, sure, but not as bad as some of the other ones. In terms of breadth, we'll kind of skip around here. Breadth, it's okay. I'll give it like a 3. It's not great, but they're decent. There aren't a lot of options, but those options are decent. Like, for example, there's really only one option on early first point. It's this side here, but it is a really good side for you. And then once you get to like here, again, there's really only one option here. You can technically go around here, but it kind of sucks, but it's a decent option. So I would say in terms of breadth, I don't think about chat. I might actually be thinking it's like a 2.5. I'm thinking it's like a 2.5. This is probably like your best angle option, but there aren't a lot of choices for characters like Tracer and Sombra. There's just not a lot of options here. So not the best. Verticality though, definitely going to give this one like a 3. Maybe, yeah, I'll give it a 3. There's just some really, really, really relevant positions that are very, very strong. Like these high grounds here, these high grounds here. I mean, basically all of second point is all about high grounds. Like this is basically like high ground central. If you've got verticality here, you could do so many things here. And then even early on third, verticalities could be very valuable. Playing these sightlines here, it means you don't have to walk through the pane here or walk through the pane here. You just skip it, and then now you're all of a sudden providing value. Heck, you can even approach from this side here. Now, the reason why it gets a 3.5, maybe even a 3 on terms of range, is because this definitely is a dramatic compression of both the breadth and sightlines. And so it's worth noting here that you may want to consider swapping when you get to third point if your character is more sniper focused or your character is more flanking focused, more dive focused. Characters like Winston, Wrecking Ball, unless you have a lot of ultimates here, you're going to really struggle to break this choke because this immediately transitions into what we talked about in Dorado, where things just get more compressed. And so you're going to have a hard time. Does Bastion do goods third? He does okay. Yeah, Bastion is not like the best short range character ever, but he's probably better than like if you were playing like, let's say, Ashe. Once you get past this high ground here, Bastion's probably going to feel a lot better, even just off of nade alone. Nade alone is going to feel a lot better. So, what do you even do on Tracer second point? Yeah, I mean, it's tricky, right? Like, you basically just kind of have to play underneath, harass. That's basically it. There aren't a lot of options depending on where things are holding. Now, you can stage through here. I think a lot of people forget that this spawn room actually wraps all the way around behind under. Very, very important flank. But, yeah, it is very, very challenging. Very challenging map. Route 66. I hate this map. Definitely not my favorite. The range is definitely up there with like 3.5 or a 4 even. It's incredibly sniper focused. The breadth I think is incredibly overrated because it's incredibly open. It can be very difficult. And then I think verticality here is actually quite good. So I'm going to give this one like a 3 for verticality, maybe even higher. Lots of breadth angle options, but ones that are very naked, very, very exposed. The verticality can be very good on maps. So like if you're playing characters like Genji, like Freya, you're going to be able to make this point work. Even Winston can make this point work pretty well. But there are certain points where the breadth is really bad. I think right here is one of the infamous ones where it can be very challenging to break. You basically have all in there, a little bit of something to the side here, or a little bit naked to the side here. Can feel pretty challenging to gap close there. So range, like I said, 3.5 or a 4. Very good. Verticality, I would give it like a 3. Not a ton of verticality, but the verticality, as I said, is extremely relevant. And then in terms of the breadth, I'm going to give it like a 2.5 or a 3. Because there is a lot of breadth there. The problem is this, are you going to be able to use it without getting your head blown off? And then that breadth really, really falls off on third point. Very much like a lot of the escort hybrids. We're going to hear me saying this. Where once you get to here, nobody cares if you're playing Trace or Wrecking Ball anymore. Maybe if you're playing Reaper with a little bit of that verticality. Maybe if you're playing Widowmaker. Maybe if you're playing Genji so that you can actually utilize the high grounds here. But you get stuck in the kind of the wind tunnel here. And this is a place where a lot of nasty heroes come to roost. You're talking about your Junkrats, your Maze, Ramatras, Torbjorns. These characters are going to, even the Baptistes, Zenyattes, a lot of damage can come down through here. And there's not a lot of good lanes here. This one's pretty bad. This one is decent, but pretty isolated and kind of demands you to have verticality here. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Yeah, I do not enjoy Route 66. Not my favorite map by any means. Shambali. Hate this map too. 3.5 on a range scale. 3.5. And it's only 3.5 because there are technically lots and lots of corners to play, especially on first point. But if we start talking about what you're talking about on second point, if we start talking about third point, my goodness gracious, it is abysmal. It is just Sniper City with even fewer options than even arguably Junkertown. It is brutal. Absolutely brutal. So sightlines, range characters are going to love this map on most points, especially those second and third points. Lots of big, juicy sightlines. In terms of the verticality, decent. I would give it like a 2.5, but really top heavy. Like getting over this choke here, or being able to actively play in this room here, or this angle here. Also, the ability to contest high ground, or rotate to this flank here, or to be able to effectively utilize this flank here. You're like, oh my gosh, the options are endless. And then you go to here and you're like, oh, this like basically nothing to use verticality on at all. So we'll go 2.5, but extremely top heavy with that verticality. And so that means that you're going to have characters like Genji, Freya, Winston. Honestly, even characters like Mercy are going to like dramatically fall off here in comparison to Ana, Zen, and so on, because there just isn't anywhere to move. There isn't really anywhere to hide. And then in terms of the breadth, it's just, I'll give it a 3 because I do think the breadth is decent, 3.5 even, but there are very, very few options, and those are often very predictable. It's a little bit like Havana, where like everybody's going to kind of know what you're going to do. And then also once you get this angle, there's these massive sight lines to gap close. So, you know, you're going to be doing some crazy angles. Circuit Royale, but cool. Maybe. Yeah. I appreciate the sub. I almost said I appreciate the res. I don't know where my brain was going there. And then even third, right? You're like, oh, I got this big angle here, but there's just nothing here, right? There's not even a health pack here. Like, look at this. There's just nothing, right? Like, there's the mini over here, and that's basically it. So there's a lot of naked space here. And so, you're going to find mixed success with Wrecking Ball Tracer. It's fine. It won't be too much of a problem. Pocketed Soldier on the flank, your DPS Moira Kiriko again. But the breadth is there, but it's very, very, very... it's one directional, basically. You really only get the one wide angle. When you're playing wide angles on first point, the breadth, you're not going in here. You're going to swing to here every time. There's no other option, right? You're going to swing to here. There's no other option. You're going to swing to here because guess what? You don't have access to this entire side of the map as the attacker. So this might as well not even exist. And so it's very, very myopic. I think that's the term I was looking for. So if your character is super mobility pilled and doesn't have a lot of verticality in first and second, it may actually not feel quite as good as you think. All right. Yeah, can feel brutal. Watchpoint Gibraltar. Sightlines. Now, this one's funny. I'm going to give this one actually a 3.5 or a 4. 3.5 or a 4. You could argue that this probably should just be a cozy 4. I think I might give it a 4. A step down from Havana, for sure. But the sightlines here are very, very long, and they're consistent. First, second, and third, you really don't have a bad point for a long sniper at all. Like, they're just always going to be fine. Which is why this map is so strange, because you give it a 4 for range, and then you give it like a 4 for verticality, because there's just high grounds everywhere. And then you give it like a 2.5, 3 for breadth. There aren't a lot of good angle options, especially once you get to third point. It can be very compressed. And then you kind of have like a cornucopia of characters that can actually perform here. Like, there's pretty clear options. Like, you're not going to love Junkrat here necessarily. You might have a problem with Reaper, maybe. Maybe like a Lucille will have a hard time here too. But like, snipers do pretty good here. Verticality focused characters do pretty good here. We talked about just wide, broad characters like Tracer, Sombra are not great here, but they can also do okay here. So there's a broad variety of characters that could do okay here, but you got to use your kit. Like, if you're playing a sightline character, you got to get good sightlines. If you're using a flanker, you can't play patty cake on point. You got to find a different angle. If you're using your verticality, you got to use your verticality. So there's a lot of flexibility with what you can play here, with the exception of maybe some brawl heroes. But you got to actually utilize these things well. So again, 4 verticality, 4 sightlines, like a 2.5 in terms of the breadth. They're just, you characters like Soldier might struggle here because it's going to be hard to out-angle a Widowmaker or a Sojourn. Like, if you're attacking first point here and you go here a Soldier or you go here a Soldier, well, the problem is you're not really like surprising. Oh, I didn't see you coming. Wow. It's like, I'm already looking here, jackass, right? Like, you're fricked, right? And the same thing goes for some of these Moiras and Balls and Tracers, where it can be hard to catch people by surprise, right? There aren't a lot of wide flanking options, especially when you compare it to some of the other maps that we have looked at and some other maps that we haven't even looked at yet. Yep, good map for Freya. It's got the sightlines for Freya. It's got the verticality for Freya. It's not super broad. Freya doesn't really like super broad. Ashe is pretty good here. Ashe definitely has like that little spice of verticality with Coach Gun that characters that like Cass and honestly, even to a lesser extent, Sojourn don't really have. And then the sightlines are great. So yeah. Okay. Let's keep going here. I'm not answering you, Sarah Lee. Let's actually stay on the escort, the hybrid front. We'll go to Flashpoint in a second, but let's keep going here. I was about to weep when I saw the hybrid, and I'm like, oh, wait, there's a lot of winter maps, so I don't have as many as I think I have to do.
Welcome to Blizzard World.
All right, I guess we could take a quick pause. Any questions, y'all, so far? I'll be happy to answer any questions, especially if they're correlated with, where would you grade X hero? That might be the most relevant question to ask. Like, where does Torbjorn fall on the breadth range verticality scale? Because that's probably the stuff that's going to be worth answering. How long have we been going? About an hour and 15, hour and 10. Of course, Wandering Toad. Favorite payload map? I don't know. I don't have really strong opinions on maps. I mean, I don't really like a lot of the escort maps very much. Rialto's fine. I think I like the hybrid ones better. And I would lean into like the generic Blizzard World is sometimes fine to me on the character. King's Row. I mean, honestly, okay, everyone hates on King's Row because it's like, oh, King's Row slop. But it is one of the less offensive escort hybrid maps up until third point. It really just depends on the hero that I'm playing. What exactly is breadth? Just how wide the map is. So how many flank options that you have, which definitely rewards speed and so on. You said Sightlines being predictable is a bad thing. I wasn't sure. Sightlines being predictable. I think I meant more about the flanks, like the breadth of the flanks being predictable. Where would you grade Genji? For range, he's like a 2, right? Not great. But that's usually not a huge problem. I would say breadth, Genji's like a 3. So he's definitely mobile, maybe 3.5, but definitely doesn't care about going super wide as characters like other characters do. And then verticality is like a 4.5, like very, very, very good verticality. But because he has a little bit of that breadth, right, he is somewhat flexible. And so more compressed maps, Genji's fine because his lack of range means that, like, remember, scoring low on the range spectrum is not a bad thing. Remember, because if you score low, it means you do better in the more compressed maps. So if you play Genji, 2 out of 5 for range. Yeah, but if you're playing Control Center, even though there's not a lot of relevant verticality, even though there's not a lot of relevant flanks, he's still fine. Like, I wouldn't play Genji over Junkrat there, but he can compete, right? So I'd say like a 2 on the range, a 4.5, 5 even on the verticality. Dash, double jump, wall climbing, it just doesn't get much better than that, right? And then in terms of the angle, the breadth, I'd say like a 3. Where does Juno fall? Range, I would say like a 3, 2.5, not super far, but better. Breadth, like a 3.5. And then verticality, like a 3.5. And maybe even higher once you get to a major perk. So like, Juno exists kind of in that middle ground, but she definitely favors verticality more so than the average support hero. So I'd say Juno up there with Mercy and maybe Bap are characters that really like verticality. Lucio as well, but prefers slightly longer sightlines than, say, Lucio. Would you say there's a map that exists that hits at least 4+ in all metrics? Well, probably not. Probably not. Maybe Blizzard World is going to be somewhat close, or some of the escort or hybrids have like a lot of high ground, a lot of haircut, but I'm not really sure. What about Brig in the skill? Brig is like a 2.5 in the range because Armor Pack opens up a lot of her utilities spread out, so like a 2.5. Verticality is like basically nothing. 1.5 is terrible. And then in terms of her breadth, it's also really bad, so it's like a 2. So you really like Brigitte on maps that don't have a lot of breadth, and then also, I mean, Brigitte is weird. Like it's the lack of speed boost after shield bash that really limits her. Really, she's that weird hybrid. How does Mei fare with flexibility? Just middle of the road. 3 range, 2.5 verticality, 2.5 breadth. She's fine. She's never the best. You considered vertical cover for verticality? I did, but the way that Pharah and Echo play now, as my stream just dies. Okay, I think we're back-ish. Man, the internet's been terrible today. I did consider vertical cover for Pharah Echo for sure. But vertical cover for Pharah Echo matters a little bit less than it used to, especially for Pharah, because you're not hovering in the sky for as long. Yeah, apologies for the internet, guys. No, it's not you. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, we're still kind of fluctuating right now. Nothing, not super good right now. So if I get locked in and issues come up, just let me know, just so I don't ramble on without paying attention. But the problem is the 5G. The problem is the 5G, but the problem is I just don't really have a lot of other options right now. So like as bad as it is in consistency right now, it's still better than like Spectrum. But honestly, maybe not anymore. I don't know, chat. Maybe we frick, I don't know. Maybe I'll bring an amp over and try to improve the angle a little bit. I don't know. Surely this will fix it. I'm helping. There. Fixed. No. The problem is it says it's like 4 bars. It's basically where it's always at. Yeah, we're not looking good right now, boys and girls. I'll close that down. Close that down. No idea. We're just gonna chill for a second, because it is like literally fluctuating between red and green constantly. Well, the problem, Toad, is it's red bar right now. Like it is complete garbage. So it's like, it's not even like, oh, it's a little bit of fluctuation. It's normal, but it's terrible. Like you can see it. My latency is not even fluctuating here. How does it look right now? Can you guys still hear and see me? Like I'm getting like red bar right now. Is it still visible? Like I'm so confused because I almost never see red and low latency. It's really strange. Fine. That's so weird. Like it's at half the bit rate it should be. What the heck? I don't know. Okay, I guess we keep going. I guess we just keep going. Yeah, the upload is just a disaster. So I'm hoping we can get cable, fiber, carbon, fable soon in my area, but it's kind of exhausting. It's been honestly years of struggling with this. And yeah, no idea. Okay, well, we'll keep going. Just holler. Let me know if things lag out so that I don't keep yapping to the void. We were asking about Freya. Freya, I would say, is definitely like a 4 verticality, 4 for range. I wish she wasn't so extreme. But I actually think Freya's biggest weakness is breadth. I do not think that she's great with breadth. Does it cut out? Dude, it's freaking killing me, man. The second that I said something... Shoot. Am I here? Are we gone? You've had 0 issues? Interesting. Didn't cut out for me? Is there a time where you want to swap off of Lucio? So Lucio has horrible range, like horrible range. And he's not a huge fan of breadth. So I would say on any map, I think Lucio is pretty flexible if you know how to gap close and take angles and so on. But if you were going to swap off of Lucio, it'd be on any map that has like a 4 range or higher, or 3.5 range or higher. But yeah. Okay. I'm just going to roll. Blizzard World. I'm going to give this one like a 4 range. It's actually pretty brutal, and it's consistently brutal. Actually, honestly, Chad, this might be a 4.5. Like yeah, I'm gonna give it a 4.5. I'm gonna give it a Havana level grade here. It is very strong for long sightlines. It doesn't mean that you're without options with other characters. There's lots of ways of closing the gap, but there are just endless sightlines upon sightlines. Sightlines are great. In terms of the verticality, this is one of the reasons why it doesn't feel quite as bad as Havana, because I'd give it like a 3. There's some pretty relevant high grounds around here and high grounds around here. And then maybe even like I might give it like a 3.5. I can maybe give it a 3.5. High grounds here, high grounds here. There's plenty at third point as well. Lots of relevant high grounds. I cut out. No, I didn't. Everything's fine. This is the best. So I'd say like a 3.5 in terms of verticality. So there's long sightlines, but there's also a lot of verticality. And in terms of breadth, first point's not great, but it's not as bad as people think, because this is really good here, like attacking and assaulting from behind here. And then once you get past this crappy choke, you can also utilize angles on this side too, which are really good. Obviously, second point has like breadth for days. The high ground can be very difficult to contest. It's probably my least favorite part of the map. And the breadth options are not as good on third, so I'll give it like a 3, but it's not too shabby. So, and this is why Blizzard World isn't seen as like a Havana or Junkertown, at least not as bad, because there are more breadth options, or like competitive breadth options and competitive verticality options through all the way through. I guess more comparison would be towards a Havana, so that there are more heroes that can feel doable. Yeah. The only hero with movement abilities isn't good at moving. How is that not a design failure? I mean, I don't disagree. How's Blizzard for D.Va? So the long sightlines kind of suck, but there's so much, like having like a 3.5 high ground score means that D.Va is probably never going to be bad. Yeah, so like D.Va's very good with verticality because she can go up and down so frequently with her low booster cooldown. So yeah, D.Va's fine. D.Va's fine here. Chat, I can't. Are you sure the stream looks good? Like, I'm literally sitting at red bar half bit rate right now. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it do this before. I mean, it's cut out and come back, but I have never seen it sit at red bar. Like, never. I've never seen this before. That is bizarre. How can that be good? Like, you guys know what I'm talking about. If you ever stream an OBS, it's like the red bar and it's like green, like up to your bit rate that you've set. It's literally sitting at red bar, half the bit rate it's supposed to. Bizarre, man. What the frick? I hate technology. I really do hate technology. Like, it just, what's its name? Like, from, is it Harry Potter? Oh, I really hate children. That's like me with the technology, man. Like, I hate it. I hate it. Nothing works as it's supposed to, ever. It always breaks. And I think a lot of it's just because it's mechanical, and I don't think people give the mechanical side of electronics enough credit for how things just break. But I've never seen it do that before. Never. I really do hate technology. I do. I have issues with OBS. I have issues with the internet. I've had years of issues with Vegas and nothing ever fixed it. Okay. And now we're green. Now we're not green. Now we're going back. I'm going to stop paying attention to it. Okay. Ike Involved. I'm going to give this one like a 3. I'm going to give this one a 3 with range. Now you're like, oh, no, it's way better for hit scan. Maybe because, yeah, but here, bear me out. Ike Involved, yeah, I'm going to give it a 3. I'm going to give it a 3 for range. What's the point of a rubber ducky? Okay. The sightlines are decent. It's definitely kind of front loaded on second, but there's plenty of opportunities to gap close on first and third, so it's okay. It's fine. It's good. Verticality, overrated. Like I actually think verticality in this map is overrated. It's good to get you out of like the hole here, for sure. Like, like it's very nice to have some sort of verticality to get here. Like, it's a huge hurdle here. But once you do that, okay, what use is your verticality here? It's okay here. And then it's just really not good at all on third point, like almost at all. And it's also really not that good on first point outside of that just initial first choke either. So like, this is why this map is hated by a lot of higher level, higher ranked players, is because you're like, oh, well, snipers aren't that bad here. And then like, yeah, they are bad because you have no way of gap closing on them because the verticality sucks. And then we want to talk about breadth. Breadth is not good in this map on anything but second point, and even second point is very limited. You have an entire left rotation, which is basically impossible to do, and is very linear. Right rotation is great. There's a lot of options here, but again, it still opens up into the void. Third point basically has almost no relevant flanks. Like the flanks are terrible. And first point's also terrible for flanks too. Like everything is kind of comes out of the same choke. It's just a terrible map. It's just a terrible map. So I'll give it like a 2.5 maybe on breadth, and I'm being generous. Verticality is like a 2.5, and again, I'm being generous. Very front loaded, and so it's just everything kind of sucks on Ike. Now I will highlight, very important to note that sightlines feel better here. Third point, smaller, compressed, brawly characters are going to feel better on third point. No flanks needed, no verticality needed. Just turn brain off and spam. Brawl, smash, May, Reaper, speed boost, Junkrat, etc. And to a lesser extent, that's kind of also true here as well. Terrible map, unrelated to the map voting thing. But if you're a hit scan, you will like this map better than some of the other alternatives. And if you do get to third point, Junkrat, Reapers, and so on are going to feast. It's red barring again. I give up. I want to blame the weather because that would give me a little peace of mind, but I'm scared, guys. I don't know if it's the weather. There's this deep existential fear that it's just always going to be a problem. Sorry to interrupt your advice. Nice, mate. I'm glad to hear it. Of course. Cheers, Wish. Because is Freya good third point? Because spam and small sightlines. Well, that's the thing with Freya. Freya's not that great at spam damage. She's okay. She's better than some range characters, but she's not that good. Freya, it's more about the ability to target spam on verticality angles or sideways angles. Because if you're talking about just raw damage in a tunnel, you'd rather Junkrat. You'd rather heck a Bastion turret form. You know what I'm saying? Or a Torbjorn or even a Hanzo sometimes, right? So just don't get baited by bolt spam, as in I can just spam down a choke and AFK. Freya is relying off of the verticality to actually have that spam be relevant. What makes it bad, objectively bad or good? I don't think there's as completely objective measures, but for me, I've always liked maps that have different compositions that are better on different points, but never that you have to play a certain couple of characters. So I like having, I think more so than even hero design, where I can understand having sharps can be attractive. I don't think maps should be very sharp. I think maps should be mostly hills and valleys, but no Everests or Marianas Trench, because there's nothing that feels worse than playing a character and seeing I literally don't have a choice with what I can do. I would rather have sharper hero designs and more creative visual ups and downs, more options with maps. I think you see this even in other games, maybe I'm wrong, where maps generally kind of follow a pattern, and there's not as much crazy differences in the maps, Yeah. Okay. Hollywood sightlines 3.5 again. Really, I mean, really not bad. Sightlines are really good in second. They're simple on first, but they're really good. And then third point as well can be very strong. So again, escort hybrid, poke is king. Range is really strong. Verticality, I'll give it a 3. It's definitely better than Ike because having high grounds here, and then obviously all of second point are great. But I think third point can be a bit overrated. There are options, but the problem with a lot of the high grounds at certain sections is that the high grounds don't really give you options for certain points. You don't really have anything to impact here with high ground. And most importantly, when you get to here, your high ground is pointless. It just doesn't do anything here. So I would say give it a 3. It's definitely better than Ike, but it's not better. And then I would say for breadth, 3, because I think it's technically better than Ike. There are more choices on second. And then third is pretty terrible, but I guess it's better than Ike. And then first is terrible, but I guess it's better than Ike, right? You can wrap around this way, So it's it could be worse, So yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3.5, 3. You're still not gonna love dive all the way through the map. Brawl is going to have some issues, definitely. Like Brawl suffers a lot when there's a lot of high ground, a lot of sightlines, and a lot of breadth. And that's why these second points can feel so incredibly bad for characters like Reaper, Ryan, Junkrat, because there's just so much freaking gosh darn space that you cannot get to. You just can't get to. So I guess that's worth highlighting for all the junk players and so on. Second point, hybrid and escort can be miserable for short range characters. And yeah, so on. It's still red. I can't. How is the stream still functional? Like, I actually don't even know. I don't know why I'm complaining. I'm just frustrated. Frustrated. Freaking frustrated. Oh, man. We're almost done with freaking hybrid and escort. Freya? I mean, it's broader than Ike, which isn't necessarily a good sign. She's fine. She's fine, I guess. Am I dropping packets? Man, I don't know. I have freaking no idea. No idea. I'm dropping frames? No frames are dropped, so it's not a computer issue. I have no freaking idea. Rewatch your VOD? Yeah, no idea. Thank you, Fax. I appreciate the info. It's good to know, at least. All right, King's Raw. Bless me. Sightlines. Third is good. First is good. I'll give it a 3. It's decent. It's decent, but the second can be challenging for sure. You can make it work. I think third is really, really quite strong for sightlines, like very strong for sightlines, but not going to be perfect on first and second. It's okay. It's okay. In terms of verticality, quite good. One of the best verticality escort hybrids, maybe the best. I'm hesitating to give it a 4. I think I want to say like 3.5 because third, the verticality is important, but then also can kind of fall off towards the end. And then first point, the verticality is important, but again, can kind of fall. I don't know, chat. 3.5 or a 4, I'm thinking. I'm not going to really marry to either one, but let's put it this way. You're going to have a much easier time with Genji, Winston, and certain flyer characters on this map than you would on other maps, other escort hybrids. There's just a lot more options. Yeah, the second point has a lot of flexibility. And third point, there aren't many options, but the options that are fairly relevant. I mean, even if you look at third point here, one of the most underrated verticalities that you can really utilize is this little section right here, like being able to stage up here and drop and control the space. I mean, I rarely see spawn holds here, but if you have the heroes for it, the Genjis, whatever, even the setup, like it is really freaking good here. Hazard, yeah. And then also, like, if you're playing a flanker with verticality or mobility, being able to play here, really freaking good. I do it all the time, both support, DPS, and tank. This little position right here, really good on defense. So I'm gonna give it a 3.5. No, frick you. I'm giving it a 4. It's behind Jibby for sure, but it's underrated. It's underrated. A lot of people think that King's Row is like a brawl map, brawl, but I actually think the verticality gives it a lot more flexibility, and you'll see that in professional matches and even ranked games kind of reflected, where there's actually a lot more compositional flexibility than you might think. In terms of breadth, this is probably King's Row's weakest point. There is options, but those options are really quite bad. Very compressed map. There are lots of angle options for you to take. Those angle options just can feel very compressed. So we've talked about this before. Technically, there's an angle option on the side, but there's only one. I think the third point is really bad for generally only having one, and then it flips to the other side. It's like kind of awkward, but they're just very compressed. So I'm going to give it like a 2. Maybe 2.5, just because it's escort hybrid, so there's generally decent options, but it's definitely one of the weakest. I'll say 2. Definitely one of the more compressed. No, frick, I'm giving it 2.5. I'm giving it 2.5. Just because I gave Ike a 2.5, and Ike Vol definitely has a huge second point, but it's actually, I think, more compressed in first and third than King's Row is in many ways. So I'll give it a 2.5. I'll give it the same score as Ike. So you're going to have a hard time sometimes with Tracer in this map. You might have a hard time with characters like Wrecking Ball and so on. Not like playing Break here. Yeah, it can be a little awkward. It can be a little awkward. Yeah, Juno feels great here for sure. Yeah, Hazard, stuff like that. Ashe can feel good here because she's got that range, but she also has that infrequent verticality, which helps a lot here, and so on. And now we're back to green. Okay. Okay, let's keep going here. We're doing great. We're doing just phenomenal here. Midtown. Oh gosh, we have 3 more. I thought we had 2 more. Shoot. Midtown. Sightlines. Straight up, I think it's another 4. Brutal. Really, really nice options on first point. More limited options on second point, but you get to a certain section of the map like here or, here. I mean, it is terrifying to play into a good hit scan. And then third point, I mean, it's insane, no? Like, it's actually insane. Like, the sightlines are insane. You could even argue this is a 4.5, and the only reason I'm dialing it back is because I'm thinking about other variables. So 4 or 4.5. Like, it is really, really good for sightlines here. Really good for sightlines. The only thing that prevents it from feeling fully like a Havana are that there are other staging options that Havana doesn't really have. Verticality is not great on this map. I'd say it's like a 2.5, 2. There are verticalities, usually this being the big one right there, and then early third. But I'm actually going to give this one, I think, a 2 because they're just very infrequent, just not very relevant. Like this here, and then this here, and then home on the range. You might as well not even have a jump or a wall climb. It just doesn't matter anymore. It's literally all that. So it's very front loaded. This verticality is good. Verticality is also good here. And then it's okay here, but it's like very much front loaded here. You're just not going to feel a lot of good thing. Now, the breadth is better, and I'll give this one like a 3 because this angle isn't great, but it's there. And it's better than some of the other stuff that we've seen on first point on some of the other maps. Same thing with second point. You can go underneath. You can go here. Not great, but it's there. Not great, but it's there, right? You already have more options than many of the other escort and hybrids that we've seen. And obviously that kind of carries through all the way late to second and obviously even early third. There's a lot of space around here that a lot of characters, flankers can really do some silly work with. Sombra can feel really annoying here. Tracer, Ball, and so on can do a lot of really crazy stuff. Soldier. And technically there's stuff that follows through all the way to third point, although it can feel a little bit more naked. So it's kind of that breadth that prevents this map from feeling just a sniper duel because you can run flankers, you can run soldiers, you can DPS Moira or Kiriko, you can Reddit Lucio, you can sneak up on people with Roadhog. Like you just have options to kind of sneak up and wrap around on people that on some of those other sniper maps you just don't really have. And so I think that's kind of like what redeems this map from being unpopular, I think, but definitely not being like loathed by the vast majority of the player base. What would you say is the best support? Climb on with support, whatever support. Whatever one you enjoy playing the most. That's right. I love poke. I love the silent game. Yes, Didact, exactly. Based. Why can't I stand on certain roofs and I'm able to get up there? I feel like I should be able to land up them. Probably like stalling things, but yeah. Yeah, I don't think anybody's favorite map, but also nobody's really least favorite map. We won't talk about map design today, but maybe that's something for another day. Hang in there, Spilo. Self-help talk. Numbani. Now, I think this map's gotten a lot better. A lot better. First point is just so much better, so much less wasted space. Still not going to be anyone's favorite map by any means, but it's a lot better. I'm going to straight up give this one a sightline of 3.5. I think I'm going to give it a 3.5. It can be very good. Sightlines on first are very oppressive. Sightlines on second can also be pretty strong, and third, but not quite as oppressive as Midtown and Havana. It's fine. Verticality, again, it's good. We'll give it maybe a 3. There's lots of ways to use verticality on first point. There's lots of ways to use verticality on second and early third. I think this is one of the more underutilized parts of the map. The reason why it's not higher is that there's a large portion of the map where verticality just isn't very good at all. It doesn't literally almost provides 0 value whatsoever. And then there's also sections of the map like here where verticality doesn't really do anything either. So maybe a 3, maybe a 3.5, but I think I'm going to stay safe with a 3 and say it's a verticality map. It's still going to be a dive-friendly map for those verticality characters, Divas and Winstons, Mercies, and so on. But you are going to have like sections where you don't need the verticality very much, especially later in the game. Now, breadth. This one is definitely going to be one of Numbani's strengths, I think, up until third point. And even then, there's some options where there are just more options for longer sightline characters that can open wide. So I'm going to give this one also a 3. So it's not a great map, but there are just more choices, especially nowadays with this entire section being a lot more friendly for attackers. You have all of this crap here. I mean, I think the staircase opens up a lot of opportunities that people probably haven't even considered yet. And then even going left now is a lot more relevant because you actually should just take the staircase to high ground now, where before you couldn't do that. Now, I think it takes a little too long. Maybe it's a little inconvenient, but it is there now. So I think the breadth of this map has also improved a great deal. And I think that's a good thing for map design here. where it isn't just, okay, their Winston's OP, we lose, or their Widow's OP, we lose. You just have slightly more options with what you can do here. I think this is one of the more dynamic maps, because even if first and second can be difficult for Brawl tanks, it's definitely one of the more compressed points, and you can function on third point. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be anyone's favorite map either, but it's better. It's better. This one, definitely verticality dies after this little first section here, so do keep that in mind. And there are much fewer flank options here. So, I still think people wouldn't love this map. But yeah, Luka Doncic spot in the wild. Yeah, ball players love it. Chat, she doesn't know. Yeah, ball players definitely love Numbani. I think anybody that's ever played Wrecking Ball on Numbani has had an amazing time, right, chat? I can't imagine having anything but a lovely experience playing Wrecking Ball. I mean, I don't think a single character would give you a problem here. Certainly not Cassidy. Okay. Oh, whoops. I didn't know that was a thing. Well, there you go. Paraíso. Now that that's been said, sightlines in this map. Okay, so this is like a great example of what I'm talking about. Whereas I think sightline, hit scan can feel like range DPS can feel really oppressive here, but I actually don't think the sightlines are that good. Like the sightlines are actually kind of awkward and can feel a little bit naked. I'm actually only going to give this a 3 on sightlines. But the reason why it feels more oppressive, before I go down the rabbit hole, is because in terms of verticality here, verticality can be really oppressive and then it's really bad, right? So I'm going to give verticality actually in this map like a 3.5. 3.5, okay, quite good. Right? And then this is the kicker. In terms of breadth, 2. There are some options on third. You can, like, right is a second lane option, and then you can attack from here and here. There are some few options on second. And then technically on first, you can wrap away all the way around to the Mega. But my goodness gracious, this map is secretly just as wind tunnel-y as Circuit Royale. Just as wind tunnel of agony going through the wood chipper as Circuit Royale. Verticality is very high, 3.5. So characters with verticality are going to feel great here. Winston, Doomfist, Diva, Ashe is somebody... Flyers can feel really good here too. Defensive, right? But silence could be a little bit awkward, a little bit naked, a little bit exposed. And those characters that like these broad angles are going to have a really, really, really bad time. Soldier's going to have a bad time here. Trace is going to have a bad time. Ball going to have a bad time. DPS Moiras, Kiriko that somehow doesn't have wall climb bound. I'm going to have a bad time. Going to have a really bad time. Going to have a really, really bad time. So, anything that likes a bit of sightlines and loves verticality is going to like this map. Ashe, Mercy, going to feel great. Doomfist feels really good here. Now some of you might be like, well, wait, Doomfist likes sightlines? Well, he's really fast. So he like Wrecking Ball, he doesn't really care about sightlines. But he also has a much easier time using verticality than Wrecking Ball. The AoE, because it's less broad, Doomfist likes that AoE value. So, yeah. This make you sick to your stomach. I respect that, Dirty Danny. I respect that a lot. But yeah. There just aren't lane options here. There's just no lane options here. It's just almost exclusively 2 lanes and sometimes not even a good second lane. So it's pretty miserable here. Okay. Questions. Again, I'm open to answering grading questions. Not grading, but grading questions, as in like, what would you grade this hero on a verticality? Like, what map should I be looking for with this character, and so on. And then we'll move on to our second to last game mode with only 7 more maps to go. What would you say is Freya's best map? Man, I have no idea, honestly, to be honest with you, Lexa. I would say Ilios can be very good. Just because the verticality and sightlines are just good enough, but I think Ruins can be a bit awkward. I'm just thinking about like points. I think Paraíso is actually quite a good Freya map up until third point. I think Jib is fine. Yeah. Hog maps. So Hog we didn't really talk about, but because Hog has that like that. I think Hog. Okay. I think Hog unironically prefers slightly broad maps. I think, for example, this is a pretty good Hog map. I think if you put Hog in a wind tunnel versus anything that even remotely considers looks like a counter, it just becomes really challenging. CC, damage, shields, mitigation can be a big problem. Now you're like, but Hog doesn't have mobility. Yeah, but if he can find some sort of cross angle element of surprise burst value, it just he needs a bit of wiggle room. But he also doesn't like a verticality. So he wants a bit of wiggle room, but a bit of breadth. So, yeah. Powder ESO, I think Jib is fine. Like you said, Lexa, it might be a little bit more map dependent. But for Hog, it's going to be all of the things that I mentioned, but also environmental kills, which is something we've not mentioned because it is so hero specific. But that is definitely something that matters. So Ilios, which is historically a more compressed map, it's still a decent Hog map because you still have those environmental kill options on basically all three maps. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with you, Didact. I would say Sigma is less concerned about the compression because as long as he has a bit of a sightline, he can work down a Brawl tank. Hog can't really. So like you said, he needs those small little flank options. Wu Yang maps. Wide sightlines. Kind of, I will say Wu Yang is a little like Soldier 76. Okay. Little bit like Soldier 76. Where he likes his sightlines and he likes his wide flanks. Now, because he can bend bullets, he's not as reliant on getting super wide flanks. So like Havana first point, right? Soldier in theory should have some nice sightlines, some nice flanks, but you can't quite go wide enough. But Wu Yang can. Wu Yang can go just wide enough and then bend his bullets around and freaking kill snipers and crap like that. So Wu Yang and Soldier, similar kind of things. I think Wu Yang can function here. Wu Yang is great in New Queen Street. Probably pretty good on like East Speranza. Anything with a bit of sightlines and a bit of breadth. Any other heroes here? Did I miss anybody? I might have missed a question. Time for the good maps? Wait, is there a hole here? Am I dumb, chat? Am I actually dumb? Have I never looked? Have I never looked in here? Let me in. Huh. Okay, well. Have I just never seen this? Okay. Huh. How many maps left? I can't wait for the Realth roast. 7? Yeah. So yeah, by the way, let's just remember in a subtle moment of patting on the back, I don't remember if there was glass here as well. Does anyone remember? But can we just remember the fact that there is actually glass here? Like, just I know it's like the meme, but seriously, just remember there was glass here. Like there was no point even taking the angle because you couldn't do anything with it. Like, I can't believe that this actually happened. Like, I sometimes wake up at night in a cold sweat and I'm like, there was actually glass here. Like, they actually said, frick this angle, you can do nothing. That's just unbelievable. That's just unreal. Anyway, Coliseo, sight lanes, actually quite good. Give this one even a 3.5. The only reason why I wouldn't grade it higher is there's some fight locations that could be a bit compressed, for sure. But pretty decent sightline map. Most of the push maps are actually fairly flexible for sightline maps. Now, one big disclaimer for push is that because the objective moves so frequently and you have some longer spawns, it can be a game mode that rewards having a bit of mobility. Maybe not as much as King of the Hill, maybe not as much as Flashpoint, but having a wee bit of mobility does help. So even though there are more sightlines, it can be nice to have a little bit of speed. Just keep that in mind. Just a little bit of mobility. So just a small thing. So yeah, sightlines, it's like a 3. maybe a 3.5. It's pretty good. It's not great, but I'd say like a 3. Verticality, good when it's good. 2.5. Good when it's good. Very, very good when it's good. And then even stuff like being able to control this space here, but not a necessity at all. Not a necessity at all. Even being able to kind of approach from here can definitely help, but it is not a necessity. You will have good success playing verticality heroes here, but I mean, basically every hero can kind of function here. And then the third thing is breadth, width. I'm going to give this one a 3.5. Again, lots of wide lanes, lots of wide angles, lots of wide staging ground, and crucially wide staging ground that has the cover so you could actually do things with it, right? You're not just taking these open flanks and then there's nowhere to go. There's enough cover for you to get to point A to point B. So sightlines feel good, but so do flankers. So this one kind of feels like 2.5. I'll give it like a 3 in the sightlines and give it like a 3.5 in the breadth. There's lots of options for pretty much every character here. I don't think there are really any actively bad characters here. Again, there's shorter range characters with limited mobility. Those old Overwatch 1 relics might struggle here a little bit, but even they have enough options for the most part to where they can kind of function. Yeah, Freya's fine here. I mean, I think Freya, I wouldn't pick this as Freya's best map, though. I wouldn't pick this as Freya's best map. Far from it, I think. Let's keep going. Next up, Esperanza. Sightlines, again, I give it a 3. Maybe even a 3.5. Lots of good sightlines all the way speckled all the way around the map. Lots of options for longer range characters. I think I'm going to give it a 3.5. Might even be better than Coliseo just because the number of areas that you can play as a long range character. And in terms of verticality, 2.5, again, it's literally the same thing as Coliseo. Basically nothing, and then it's something really important, right? 1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5. These are all very, very, very relevant verticalities that are applicable for characters who can use them, and they're also in good locations that you can use them in. And then in terms of breadth, I might even give this one a 3.5 again. Lots of relevant flank options all the way on either side. Basically, no matter where you take the fight here, there is going to be 2 lanes with health packs with good pathing routes to enemies. Now, that falls off a little bit here, but it's kind of by design because if you open this one up too much, it'd probably be too easy to cap. This is a little bit more compressed towards defenders favored and the same in the opposite side. So I'd say 3.5, you're going to have a lot of options to get around this ball summer and do a lot of silly things. So very similar map scores, I think, between the two. No real major differences in total which heroes are going to feel better. Just very, very small differences, I think. We're moving quickly here because a lot of these maps are actually fairly similar and they follow similar patterns of what I said where they're like, there are definitely some clear good heroes and bad heroes. Well, actually, I don't know. Like there are definitely heroes that do better here than others, but it's a lot more in the between. And I think this is probably the one that feels by far, this and Runesapi are probably the ones that are definitely the most hero strength heavy. In terms of sightlines, again, we're going to have like a 3.5, right? But I think the key difference here is that the verticality is a little bit weaker here. It's nice to have verticality here. It's nice to have verticality here, and it's nice to have verticality here. But it's not a necessity, and it's also not always easy to leverage those positions as often. This is definitely a map where sightlines and breadth matter a little bit more than some of the other maps. Maybe not sightlines, but definitely breadth. Wider lanes, wider angles. Kiriko, Wu Yang, Soldier 76, Tracer, Sombra, Wrecking Ball, and so on are going to feel a little bit better on this map. And then crucially also, as you get towards the end, this is where characters that normally don't always function as well as on push, those spammier short range characters, they can feel really strong here because more so than even the other maps that we looked at, which were definitely defender favored, the angles and lanes on New Queen Street to attack this, the breadth falls off hard. So for breadth, for verticality, we give it a 2.5. Yeah, I'll give it a 2.5. For sightlines, we'll give it a 3. But for breadth, I'm going to actually give it a 2.5. A little bit lower. No. I'm going to give it a 3.5 with a big asterisk, okay? As in, Soldier 76, Ball, is incredibly strong here. But it really falls off right around here. It can be a little bit more challenging to find those lanes or angles. Or basically you need somebody that is extremely strong. So I actually think this one is maybe more breadth pilled, but there are fewer characters that can leverage these flanks because they're so far. You basically need insane speed to be able to use it. It's just incredibly difficult. So yeah, a little bit more breadth pilled on more points maybe than some of the other two, but noticeably the verticality kind of falls off in terms of value, which can make certain sections of the map feel very difficult to kind of finish through. I talk about the density of health packs. I mean, I guess, like, if we talk about the density of health packs, like, you have, I mean, I don't know, necessarily, like, not really anything comes terribly to mind. That mega is important. This mega is important. Minis here. This mini is definitely important as well, but I mean, not particularly, no. There's mini health packs, sure. But I don't think that necessarily changes too much outside of the breadth of the characters, but not particularly, no. Yeah, so again, like I think like if you get to compare this to the other push maps, I'm gonna prefer characters with a little bit more broad mobility. I think this is an exceptional Ball Soldier 76 map. But I think I'd probably want to play Winston not on this map, or Genji is not necessarily going to be my first choice here compared to some of the other characters. But just by a little bit. It's not a bad map. Okay, last one, and this was also one that I think has a little bit less friendliness. And again, I think it does revolve a little bit around verticality once again. As this is actually one of the maps that I think is, personally, I just do not enjoy this map very much, and I think it has to do with the verticality, because a lot of the verticality is kind of tied into here, and then really tied into here. These are your verticality points, and this is why we'll give it, like, let's say a 2.5. I guess technically you have, like, access to, like, you know, you can go up top here, but it's just not super relevant. So we'll say, honestly, guys, this might be a 2. This one might be even lower than New Queen Street. I think I'm going to give it a 2 for verticality. It definitely feels like a little bit of a step back. And because of that, you're going to see a lot more, quote-unquote, brawl, whatever. Because even if you gauge things from a sightline perspective, like there's a decent amount of verticality on specific points. There's a decent amount of sightlines here on certain points. I might give it a 3 in sightlines again, especially around this section here. And then 3 for sightlines section, really the back half here. There aren't a lot of options for certain characters. A lot of mobile characters are going to have a lot of issues here. Now, breadth, it's still good. I still think this is a 3.5. Sombra, Tracer, Ball are still going to have some options. Like, there's a lot of wide lanes. You can go here. You can go here. Obviously, there's the far flank all the way around this position here. And this does wrap all the way around to high ground, but also all the way around to their spawn. So there are options. So I'll give it like a 3.5. It's fine. You'll do fine with those characters, but the verticality definitely feels a lot worse, which means you're going to see flatter characters. You're going to see more brawl-focused characters. You're going to see characters that kind of want to focus on the front line or focus on little side angles and that aren't going to be taking all these staging grounds or whatever. I don't know why. It's unrelated. I don't know why I've never really clicked with this map personally. It looks great, but just never really clicked with it. So in comparison to, let's say, Esperanza or Coliseo, I think verticality characters are just not going to feel as consistently useful, and those flatter ground-oriented tanks and DPS and supports are going to feel a little bit better. Just a little bit better. But yeah, as I said, to wrap it up, push, speed matters. So anything with a little bit of speed definitely feels a little bit better. Mobility definitely feels a little bit better. And most of the push maps, are definitely more broad-pilled. So not only is the speed valued in the game mode, it's also often valued a little bit more on the maps, even with a map like Runesabi. Okay, questions before we... Again, hero questions before we jump into our last game mode, Flashpoint. My goodness. How do you like Symmetra and push? Symmetra is weird. So Symmetra is like not really super mobility pilled, but she's like the best short range character with mobility. So like I would never prioritize if you're playing I think Symmetra's fine in push. She has the speed with teleport, and the range is fine as well to where she can function fine. Probably not her best game mode. I would still prefer Symmetra on King of the Hill where you have both the speed and the compression, which is like great for her. But I think she's fine. breadth, pilled, or angle maxing, as England would say. Best tracer map. I think we're going to get to some of them later. I think some of the King of the Hill maps with better flank options, more broad flank options, without a lot of verticality, and maybe some of the flashpoint maps can feel really good. Best EDRE map. Well, it has to be hybrid or escort. Has to be hybrid or escort where she's not required to move around a lot. Has to be like a mid-range sightline. And I think you would have to evaluate what are the maps where you can access high grounds with your outburst. Because her outburst is weird. It's like verticality, but kind of crappy verticality. So any map where you were able to consistently access a handful of sightlines from that verticality, I don't know what that would be off the top of my head, but yeah. Can I rate Bastion? Yeah, sure. Bastion's a bit weird because Bastion's range signatures are really odd. Bastion is more different from other DPS in terms of like his tempo, like his spikes and value around his nade and turret. But I would say in terms of range, like I give him like a 2.5 or a 3, actually closer to the top rather than short range. So maybe even like a 3, 3.5, depending on the situation. Yeah, I think I'm going to go 3 or 3.5 with Bastion. In terms of breadth, like 1.5, like not great. Maybe 2. But 2 is honestly reliant off of your nade reset perk and your heal. So when Bastion gets nade and heal, he can move faster and he's more self-sufficient. So he'll go from like a 1.5, gets nade reset, moves to 2, gets healed, moves to 2.5. You understand what I'm saying? Also, I think you could say his range probably depends on that major perk too. So his range probably jumps up to 3.5 or even 4 once he gets the Lindholm Explosives major. And then in terms of verticality, like 1.5 to nade reset helps with that a lot. Lindholm Explosives technically gives you some verticality too, but definitely his weakest point, I think. Is Kyrie's mobility score depend on the mobility score of your teammates? Funny, Sarah. Technically. Best EDR map has to be Circuit if they don't go Widow. Well, see, that's the problem, Lexa. I think that, like, there's also like something to be said about like EDRE is good on Circuit, but also EDRE is like really bad in tank matchups. So like if you have like a really wind tunnel map and you're just like shooting tank shield the whole time, like I think BAP Zen could be arguably like BAP in a vacuum is probably weaker right now. Like EDRE just overtuned right now, as I'll get out. So is Zen. But I think if you had like all the characters equally balanced, I just don't think EDRE would be better than BAP in that situation. I think BAP Zen would be way better. I think what separates EDRE from BAP Zen is her dueling potential, in which case she needs a little bit of breadth. So EDRE, like BAP Zen are like wind tunnel pilled, but EDRE needs that little bit of breadth. Not the Kiriko Moira level, but just like I need a little bit of side, which is why I think I actually rate Power ESO on defense pretty good for EDRE. Best Torb map. Ooh, range for Torb, 2.5, I think. 2 or 2.5. Breadth, again, 2.5. His turret definitely opens up more angle options. And then verticality is like 0, right? Like just doesn't really want verticality at all. So I would rate Torb with overload speed maybe pretty good on King of the Hill because he doesn't really want to play patty cake with poke heroes. He doesn't really want to play patty cake with escort hybrid on most points versus most heroes. So what he would like to do is he'd like to play like King of the Hill, set up on a short compressed angle where he can +1 with his turret and then find something where he can poke out a little bit. I do think Torb is probably best on Koth from overload speed from spawn. And then the fact that he can actually fight flankers, like fight mobile characters better on compressed angles. But I don't really look at Torb as being a character that's ever gonna like have a great option. It's always like Torb is great until they go better. Like Torb is good versus poke on escort hybrid or good versus dive versus escort hybrid. But if you play versus poke on escort hybrid, you're fricked, right? So Torb is never like the best hero in the best situation. He's kind of like middle. So, okay. Flashpoint. Again, I'm going to keep highlighting this. Speed matters a lot more on this game mode, even more so than push. It's like up there with King of the Hill, where being very mobile from coming out of spawn and rotating to different points matters a lot. Now, the good news for people that don't play mobile characters, it's better than it used to be. They fixed the spawns, they fixed the randomness of the point regeneration, and they also give you a speed boost out of spawn, so it matters a lot less than it used to. A lot less. I remember looking at the win rates before they even adjusted any balance adjustments. I think some of the win rates from some of the slower characters jumped up by like 1.5, 1 to 2% in this game mode just from the spawn changes alone. So that's great news for the flexibility. But that being said, speed still matters here. Now, Atlas, in terms of range, I'll give this one like a 2, maybe a 2.5, which might surprise some of you guys. I think Atlas might be the worst range King of the Hill, Flashpoint map, because there are some really good points for range here. I think obviously the obvious answer is like this is like your big sightline ones, right? But a lot of the other ones, especially past first point, just don't really feel like you have good sightlines. So I'm going to give this one like a 2, maybe a 2.5. Not great for range. Maybe a 2.5. I'll give it a 2.5. It's decent. Also, flashpoint, breadth. Breadth matters a lot. There's almost always multiple lanes. I think every single flashpoint map is going to have like at least a 3 or maybe even a 3.5 in terms of breadth. I'll think more about it when we get there. So we'll just go ahead and jump to breadth right now. I think Atlas is definitely on the lower end for the breadth score. It can feel a little bit more congested. So I'll give this one like, let's say, a 3 for range, 2.5 for range. I'm going to give this a 2.5 for range. And then I'm going to give it a 3 for breadth. There's a lot of different ways to approach angles. No, I'm going to give it a 3.5. I'm going to give it a 3.5. I think basically every single flashpoint map gets at least a 3.5. But it definitely can feel like some of those options aren't the best. Can feel a little bit more compressed. I think this map feels a little bit more disjointed than some of the other ones, and definitely a lot more congested. Which, you know, if your tastes may differ on this map. Verticality, I'm thinking here, 1. I would give this one. You see, the problem with the verticality here is it's kind of a bait. There isn't as much verticality value. I might give this one like a 2. Maybe a 2.5. Not as good verticality as you would think. Maybe like a 2. A lot of the flashpoint maps aren't great for verticality, and I don't think Atlas is any exception here. There are moments where you can use it. It just kind of reminds me a little bit of like those Oasis maps, like these little high grounds here. But I don't really think Atlas is going to be your verticality pilled map. It's going to be this fast, broad characters rather than this fast up characters. So I'll give it like a 2, 2.5. Breadth, definitely like a 3.5. Range, like a 2.5. Characters with speed, characters with mobility, characters with gap closing potential for most of the points are going to feel pretty good here. You got your Reapers, your Vendettas, your Lucios, your Brigittas, your Ramatras, your Zarya's, your Wrecking Balls, even to an extent, Tracers, and so on are just going to feel pretty good. Okay. I think compared to the other flashpoints, I think Atlas has the more compressed sightline. Like there's less range on Atlas than there are on New Junk City and Srivatsa, which means that your range characters may struggle just to find consistent sightlines. And then in terms of sightlines, I think New Junk City is a small upgrade. I think I'd give New Junk City 2.5 or 3 in terms of sightlines. It's not a great map for hit scan, but if you can get set up, you have like really good sightlines. So actually, yeah, I think definitely a 3 on this map, maybe even a 3.5. In terms of your, I mean, this is not the best point for it, but they are there. I mean, even here, you can rotate in this angle here. Verticality, again, it's just not great. I'm trying to think like off the top of my head here. Is there any reason why I would not give this a 2? I mean, this side is definitely more verticality pilled. You could definitely play games around here. And then obviously this one is probably your best verticality point. There's like lots of points here. I'm struggling to give it anything more than a 2, y'all. I really don't think verticality matters as much here. So I'm going to give it a 2. Maybe you could argue a 2.5. The only difference here is like a little bit more of the range. And then in terms of breadth, I think it's going to be about the same, about 3.5. There are wide options. There's lots of those wide options. That's just basically Flashpoint in a nutshell. It's like just one big circle of points, right? And there's basically always a way to flank around or rotate around. So you're going to notice a consistent theme here that a lot of Flashpoint maps feel somewhat similar, and it's all about speed. It's all about gap closing. The difference with this one and the previous one is there are more opportunities if you can set up to find pretty nasty sight lines and get some hit scan damage done. Like this is one of the great positions in the game for hit scan. Okay, last one here. Thank goodness. Srivatsa. And Survasa, I think, continues that trend where you do have sightline options on many of the points. I think first point is probably maybe your best point for sightlines. Like there are a lot of sightlines, especially if you're not just fighting in the same space here. There are plenty of sightline options. The verticality in this map is okay. Again, I'm going to probably give it like a 2. That verticality is okay around point. It's decent. This verticality is also pretty good. There's nothing really on this point here. The other 2 points as well don't really have super relevant verticality. So again, I'm going to give it like a 2. But in terms of sightlines, I think this is definitely a contender for 3, maybe even a 3.5. This point over here, not so good. This point's pretty good. This point's pretty good. These points are over here, okay. So, actually, I'm going to give it a 3. I'm going to give it a 3. But in terms of breadth, this map has so much. I would give this one probably a 4. Maybe the most broad opportunity, wide open, so many different ways to attack a point. And you come here and you're like, well, let's attack here. Okay, no, wait, I'm going to attack, here. Attack. Oh, wait, no, actually, I'm going to attack here. Oh wait, no, actually I'm just going to keep deepening and wrap all. Oh wait, no, actually I'm going to go here. Like there's literally a door for every, like there's like 12 spokes on the rotation. And so, if you're flanking or you're taking these side angles as a Moira or DPS or tank, like there are just limitless choices of how you want to approach this and a lot of cover for it too. And the same thing really applies to most of the points here. There's so many ways of approaching this point. This one's probably the most limited one, but even here, you still have options to assault from here. You can wrap all the way around behind here. And like I said, this is probably the weakest of all of them. So there's just generally, I'll give it like a 4 in terms of breadth. If you have some form of mobility or speed, you could basically approach the fight from like any angle that you want. And so like this is kind of the weird dynamism of Flashpoint where like the sight lines on this map are pretty decent, but like you're going to be dealing with people all over the place. And this is why a lot of lower ranks don't like this map, is that breadth gives them a lot of problems because they don't really know where the threats are coming from. So this is why people are going to have very mixed. I love this map personally. I really enjoy playing this map, especially as a support player, because I like I like dueling and fighting people. That's definitely a mindset shift for a lot of low and mid-rank players. But if that's not your mindset, if you don't like that type of game, this map will throw a lot of variables at you, a lot of threats from a lot of different directions. And if you're not equipped to deal with that or you don't enjoy that, then there's nothing wrong with not liking this map. Right, so I think like this is kind of like the challenge here. There's a lot of room for creativity. There's a lot of flexibility with what comps that you can run. You can even run, because it's so broad, you can even run characters like Winston who aren't necessarily the happiest without high ground, but there's enough staging opportunity for Winston and so on to work. Roadhog can work here, Torb can work here, Widow can even occasionally work here better than some of the other King of the Hill some of the other King of the Hill maps. Tracer, Sombra. Basically, there isn't really a bad character. It's just that all the slower characters are going to have a slight debuff, but there's still enough to make it work if you can figure it out. So I would say this is probably one of my favorite maps. I think maybe up there with like Esperanza, maybe Coliseo. Those are some of my favorites as well. Yeah, lots of maps we looked at, lots of grading. Does anyone guys have any final questions? I know we went on and on and on and on, but I hope that you guys feel a little bit better equipped with what map voting should look like for your character, based off of the grades that we've given all these maps, based off of your understanding of your character, giving you some guidance about like, okay, if this, Powdery Iso, Lijiang Tower comes up, and Oasis, like you have very strong differences between what you're going to play. Like you go on Oasis, you better have some form of speed, and you're not going to really do a whole lot with verticality as much. But if you got a lot of verticality, Powdery Iso feels great. If you got a lot of range, Powdery Iso feels great. You've got a lot of compressed fight options, either Oasis or Lijiang Tower. But then you got to worry about the fact that Lijiang Tower has those wide, broad opportunities. Yeah, give me real quick 1 second, Varashi. Watch the video. Okay, any questions? And somehow my internet is back to normal here. I don't know how. Really good with our baller Winston this map. It's okay. Like, it's a fine Winston map. Yep. I think you're going to have a lot of success on like first point if you know how to rotate. But I think the problem with this map is that so many people fight with ranged characters on this side of the map. You know, it's like if you're playing with ranged characters, like if you have, like you could just go out the other spawn door and be here and like all of a sudden we're cooking, you know? Even if your tank isn't with you, it doesn't matter. Big Kale. Yeah, Big Kale is after me, man. That's a shout out. I forgot about Big Kale. They didn't forget about me though. Is there a hero that's good in every map? Mobility is just generally a lot more flexible than other things. So like I think Genji is almost never bad. I think Tracer is very rarely bad. I think Diva, Doomfist, very rarely bad. And Kiriko, very rarely bad. But yeah, I don't think there's any character that's optimal. I think that you're going to have characters that have a little bit of range, a little bit of mobility, especially a little bit of verticality to throw in there on those more sniper-oriented maps. I would say just Kiriko, a Diva, Doomfist. I think Doomfist is probably the most flexible, or Diva or Doomfist, but obviously they're a little bit more matchup dependent. Which map would you completely remove if you could pick one? Powdered Isu or Shambali. Legitimately hate playing those maps. Best Tracer maps, probably Flashpoint, maybe some of the push maps that we talked about. Reinhardt is more flexible than people give him credit for, yes. Yes, he's more flexible than some of the other Brawl tanks, but the problem with Reinhardt is that I honestly feel like I probably should have done Misunderstood Heroes with Reinhardt because but then I was like, oh, but LH Cloudy, like, I think people have kind of gotten it. But honestly, still watching, like, I hope Chris doesn't see this, but like watching Chris even play Ryan in some of these like Havana maps or whatever versus like these heavy spam poke. And I'm like, yeah, people really do not utilize angles as much of that tank at all. And I'm like, man, if you're playing versus Orisa, Ram, heavy CC, heavy damage, you have to flank. And you can. Like, it's there. Worst Ashe maps, probably King of the Hill on any map or game. Because if you look at like Flashpoint and Push, movement matters, but pretty consistently you're getting like 3 or higher range scores. But you could roll out in like Oasis University, and you're gonna have a hard time. Like some King of the Hills are not gonna allow you that. You don't have speed, you don't have all the verticality, and you may not have the sightlines either. I think Ashe can feel a little bit bad in King of the Hill. I think Shambali it's less to do with the number grading because I don't mind other ranged maps as much. It's more to do with Shambali. Like, I think map design isn't always correlated with the rating of like what number should we have here. Shambali just has a lot of chokes that are really poorly designed and that the space and angle opportunities for attack feel really bad. I could do the same thing that I did with Powdered Isu with Shambali and explain to you detail by detail why it's a poorly designed map. But I won't do that today. We'll do it maybe at some point. Yeah, I agree with you, Dono, maybe. I think my argument is I think map flexibility should be less so than hero flexibility because I think it's good for every hero and every map to have at least an option, right? That's kind of my argument. But I agree. I think that having some, like, I think, for example, like, I think having some flexibility, like, okay, this is a slightly better sniper map. Colosseo is even better for snipers. But then New Queen Street's better for broad. But then, you know, I think, like, some variety is good. But I think, like, I would target the extreme outliers a little bit more than they have. But yeah, it's a great question. I just look at like map design, and if map design heavily favors a particular play type or range or whatever, then I don't feel like anybody gets any particular satisfaction out of that completely. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I get more satisfaction out of Junkrat doing Junkrat things on whatever map, then I'm just winning because of the map. That feels kind of like it's like playing 2CP. It's like it's great to play defense, terrible to play offense, and I think like that's kind of like where I think you got to find more of a middle ground. What is the music in the background? I don't know. I didn't have earbuds in this entire time. I guess it's just like a... Wait, we gotta find it. Is it like right here? Yeah, I think it's just right here. Yeah, there it is. We found it. All right, let's check this out, Ria. Anyway, I appreciate y'all for being here. Let's I love the new Queen Street. It's super basic and super corny, like just silly little workout dance music. But I kind of think it's a vibe. I'll pull it up in a second. 6:39.
Ready for battle.
I know exactly what's about to happen. Quick play, man. Why is my scroll wheel doing? I was not touching my scroll wheel. That's weird. You go late. Are we late? Yeah. Yeah. We're late. I like the grapple up top as well. Makes you a little bit sneakier. Oh dear. Huh? What?
In my web, very well.
She knows. She's like, hang on a second.
No one can hide from my sight.
No, Rhea! Oh, no. What on earth is that? That's crazy. That's crazy, man. She was so confused. Wait, I wonder what the Ana did. She's like, all right, all right. I mean, I did look it up from the Ana POV.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Nice clip. All right, I got to show you guys the new Queen Street. It's super basic, but I thought it was kind of like, it was like one of those like earworms, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, I'm not gonna bother.
There are no secrets.
I think it's this one right here. I can't remember which side it is, but I think it's this one right here. Yeah, I think it's this one. I think it's the theme is playing, so they're not playing it. I mean, it's fun. You know what I'm saying? I remember always liking this one. I'm pretty sure there's another one in the other one, but I can't remember. Great bait all on purpose, yeah. Fonk. Is this Fonk, chat? VHS workout vibes? Yeah. It's definitely like, okay, you guys want a true story? Speaking of which, this is like perfect timing. I have literally debated about doing like a charity or like some sort of fundraiser thing where I will do like an 80s style workout video in like the freaking, what's the guy's name? Who's like the 80 crazy hair guy? He died recently, I think. And just be like, shoot, what did I have it called? I literally have it written down. Richard Simmons, yeah. Richard Simmons, Spilo, workout motivation. Just do a full video straight on. Make my hair look as obnoxious as possibly. 80s style Pilates aerobic. Yeah. Something like that. That might be fun. I will definitely have to use this music. Definitely have to use this music. Eric Prides? Yeah. Eric Prides for sure. What hero does this music benefit? I don't know. Don't say Lucio. Should we look at the Realth thing? Should we look at the Realth thing? Or am I too tired? Because I have time. We have the Christopher meeting on Thursday. And I could do the Realth thing on Saturday. All right. I'll look at the Realth thing a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Half now, half later? Okay. You convinced me. Let me update the stream title. Realth Doomposting about Overwatch. Again, full React in 4K. Those of you guys don't know, Realth and I will be starting our quote-unquote little baby podcast on Thursday with Christopher. We'll be talking about some coaching stuff. So he released a video 2 days ago on has 2025 actually been a golden age? Is that guitar for show? Yes. Everyone's talking about the guitar. Now, dude, that guitar has been there for I don't know how many years, and I have had more people in the past week ask me about that guitar than in the entire year combined. So Christopher is the ex on a Spitfire SSG. He's working with, I guess he's working with SSG again, or he was with the Ultimates. I can't even remember what he's done. I freaking OWCS. I can't remember anything. And so, yeah, Realth is game design critic guy, grumpy old man, even grumpier than I am. I think he reacts to some other video here, but gives his full thoughts on Overwatch. I will pause this intermittently, maybe frequently, I don't know. Depends on the quality of discussion here. Obviously, Realth and I disagree in a lot of things, but we disagree respectfully. That's kind of been the key thing. That's honestly why we decided to podcast together, is because we always argue. And it just makes for good discussion, because I think that he does put a lot of thought into his opinions. So I'm going to kind of go unleash on him here, probably, knowing our history. But all this is done from this perspective that I value his opinion more than people that agree with me. So just kind of keep that disclaimer in mind. I'm going to rant and rave, as I'm sure he'd rant and rave about me. He has ranted and raved about me. I don't even know how many times. So, yeah. Okay.
Being great, right? Overwatch Golden Age and all that. Don't look behind the curtain. There certainly are no problems.
I think if we look at Overwatch from like a golden age perspective, 2025 has been Overwatch 2's best content year ever, and it's not even close. However, if you look at it from a strictly design, balance perspective, it's been a weak year for Overwatch 2. And I don't think that that's a surprise. Like, those things don't necessarily have to be anti-synergistic, but they, you put resources into X, you may not put as many resources into Y. I've talked extensively about how hero reworks have fallen into the void, and we've never heard anything about them. We've not had any major map reworks whatsoever. The balance has been fine up until the last several months, and I think balance has been really bad. Even if some of the I feel like the one thing that's been nice is I do want to compliment, I do like a lot of the patches from a design perspective, but it's weird that it feels like we've made more progress with hero design during just random mid-season patches than any actual concerted effort to rework characters. Basically what's happening is whoever's doing the balance patches, I'm sure it's a couple of people, but we've actually had some progress in some characters, which I've actually really liked, but there's not been an actual rework project in years. We've just kind of just stopped. And that applies to the maps as well. So, and then in addition to that, I do think people that criticize the balance are correct, because I've talked about it at length in the last couple of seasons where I've liked the patches from a design perspective, but we still have a lot of characters that are 54-55% plus win rate and have been so for multiple seasons. I'm not saying that they're all the same characters. They'll fluctuate from, EDRA is now the character, and then Vendetta, and then, prior to that it was fill in the blank Sigma, and then the last, I would say maybe from to be gracious, I want to say October plus, balance has been probably the worst it's been in about a year. Because prior to that, I think we'd definitely have OP Wu Yang, OP Freya, OP Hazard, but it was mostly just like the new heroes. Now we've started to have other characters that just kind of remain dominant in the meta and just kind of stay there for a long time. Like, I'm not saying win rates are everything by any means, of course not, but it is a little bit of a metric to consider, and it is odd that balance has been really bad the last few months. So yeah.
Problems. I'm so glad Blizzard could add in mechanics from right.
So I would say this has been Overwatch's 2's best year for even the grumpy old man side of things, but I do think there's been some criticism that a lot of our quality of life work, even like optimization, has gone down the toilet recently. Like a lot of the things that we expect from Overwatch, even like sound design and so on, has just really not done well. And I am harvesting resources right now. Like, if this continues into this coming year and does not get better, I will be releasing a hit piece on Overwatch 2's quality, because I think my expectations for these kind of things are higher than they have been in the past. And so this year has been exciting for me, but also disappointing for me without knowing behind the scenes of like where resources are being put.
This year, like hero bans and playtime grind metric base rank systems.
I mean, I like hero bands. I know he doesn't always like hero bands, but yeah, I do.
Praise be to our Lord and Savior.
And I will say with like the challenger system, that's something that they're actively working on, so I'm giving them a lot of credit for it. And it's gotten better, like so.
As well for adding extra systems which improve the variety of gameplay. I'd certainly personally never say that they created issues which are counterintuitive and awkward to explain, or that they've made the average gameplay worse while cashing in on a silly quote-unquote fun stuff to jazz up the first 5 hours of gameplay.
I mean, this is where Realth is just going to be negative Nancy. I mean, I like perks, okay. I mean, I think they're objectively bad for balance, but I think the upsides for me even outweigh the downsides. I don't think perks have been executed perfectly. I still have many issues with perks. I've made videos about it, discussing. I won't go into it here. I think perks are a fine system. I think they're salvageable. I think especially if we flip transformative perks earlier in matchups and they didn't use perks as a balancing metric alone, and then also were way more aggressive about trashing bad perks or poorly designed perks, then I would be fine with perks. So I think this is just him being a little bit negative.
Before everyone stops enjoying AoE 30% Discord or Transcendence.
This tells you how much 6v6 he plays, but because I have people literally calling me an idiot for saying that, oh, that perk is better? You mean the flight perk is way better? And I'm like, yeah.
Wait, isn't Zarya just a bit out of whack at the moment? Oh, but actually, I kind of want to play that hero. Can't we just, like, balance them instead of making them unfun to play against? Or just... This is my year in review of Overwatch. And is there really any other way to do this than to crash out as somebody who can act as a conduit for my anger? So let's talk about negativity in the Overwatch space, hero bans, perks, balance, design, player-based numbers, and much, much more.
Oh,
so
boy.
this is Chosen. Chosen is a
Chosen. I don't know who Chosen is,
for like 2 years,
but I know that
of
name.
him. He is a guy that does mostly gameplay uploads of good games that he's had. He's very clearly an Alari player, if you haven't worked it out. So he is Satan like I am, because I am also an Alari player. Chosen put out the Overwatch cycle of negativity the other day. It has been sent to me like 3 different times by 3 different people. So I really want to have a proper look at it, because as you all know, I am the prime negative person in the Overwatch space. Yes. I am the negative Nelly of the world. I am universally negative.
He's not the prime negative person in the Overwatch space, but he's the one that puts the most effort into the actual quality with the negativity. Whereas there's other people that I do know that are fairly negative, but I honestly could not possibly care what their opinion is.
Because
your mileage may vary.
Mainly because I feel like it's more interesting to talk about negative things that happen in order to actually have an opinion on it, because everything's positive, everyone tends to agree. I mean, I don't be negative like for fun. I don't enjoy being negative. I be negative because there's a lot of things in the game that I actually do think are negatively affecting the gameplay as a whole or the game as a whole. And I think quite a lot of other people are incorrect about things. So I need to put that opinion out there, because I have a different, I just am cursed by different opinions than the majority a lot of the time. Trying to position himself at the bottom or the other. No. I just feel like every now and again I am due an explanation of why I am so negative on
the reality is why is negativity is better content, and it's more interesting to explain why you disagree rather than say I agree. Like there's nothing to say then. Just say you agree, and that's all.
I'm pretty brazen just pointing it out.
And I don't think Realth plays it up for content, more so like every content creator plays that for content. Remove the glass, right? But I think Realth does it minimally.
Changes as positive, even if they are in the direction they are going. Honestly, the negativity is justified. Well, that's my opinion of people that watch me. I've self-selected an audience that is negative, and therefore has the same opinions of me that it will be justified. But
oh, we're working on a cosplay, guys, for BlizzCon. Are you guys gonna be there at BlizzCon?
All it looks like is I made tiny pants.
Realistically, I spend a lot of time trying to steel man other people's point of view, so I think I have good reasons. The Overwatch cycle of negativity, let's go.
Rather than making 10 videos complaining about everything there is to complain about, I'd rather just make one video addressing the issue at its source. Now, I will be using some examples to prove my points,
Cosm,
but I hope it still comes
blessings.
across as constructive, and I hope I don't complain too much. I love Overwatch, and I'm someone who truly wants to see what's best for the game. So what is the issue? Well, it is simply that the devs struggle to listen to feedback, fail to communicate or respond in a timely manner, and they just don't pay attention to the details.
It's interesting.
I will be honest and say here, like with all due respect to Chosen, and I know I'm pausing a lot here, but this is why I do React content, because I'm interested in what Realth has to say, but you guys want to hear what I have to say, okay? Yeah, we're on 3 layers of React here. I don't like when people say what Chosen just said, because literally since Overwatch has come out, people have said that the devs never listen, or the devs don't get this, or devs aren't responsive. But then they will fail to come up with like consistent examples of where that's the case. I think that like if you look at the metrics, like this is why I was very careful when I said I think balance has been worse recently. I think balance has been objectively worse in the last few months. But if you look at the numbers and you even look at the experience in ranked, I think for the rest of 2025 it was fine, and it's actually been pretty good since Malga. But like I really dislike when this is the perspective. Even if you were to say, okay, in high ranks, Zarya has been overtuned, D.Va's been overtuned, you know, whatever. Even if that was the case, which it may or may not be, then you need to clarify that it's been bad for high rank players. You can't just say things like this to your entire community, most of which doesn't experience anything close to what you're experiencing. Because you look at like Zarya and D.Va's performances with or without bans, these characters just haven't been performing in low mid ranks for a long time. And then you look at high ranks, and even people are still on about Kiriko's performance in high ranks, and she's been trash for forever. Same thing with Freya, same thing with Sojourn. So it's just like, yeah, for example, nobody in low ranks or mid ranks should have an opinion on the challenger system. That's a high rank opinion only. But I also don't want to hear a high rank opinion tell me the devs don't listen. Like, what does it even mean? Like compared to what? Like what were your expectations, you know? I just think it's just such a broad brush, and like I'm the number one critical guy. Okay, not the number one critical guy, but you guys know me. I'm going to be super critical, but like I'm going to try to back it up with some sort of timeline and what I'm looking for and why and what is the pattern here. Like I think for recently the pattern has been balance has been less of an issue. I think the pattern has been that we've been trying to improve hero design through balance patches and not through reworks instead of both, which I would prefer. I think the pattern is that we have not necessarily had clear direction on many characters' problematic designs, Kiriko being one of them. And so that leaves them in kind of impossible to balance situations. And I think my other feedback, and I'm being as specific as I can, cut right to the meat, cut right to the booty, is on new hero releases, I think that they change the wrong aspect of certain characters because they want to maintain that sharp aspect, and they also leave them on the safe side of strong for too long, so that people develop a very negative perception of new characters because they're not responsive enough with fixing those characters. A good example is Wu Yang. They nerf his wave cooldown into the dumpster, they nerf his HP into the dumpster, but he can still tap you behind a wall for basically full damage even if he doesn't hit the direct. Too forgiving. Vendetta is another obvious one. They'll nerf literally almost every aspect about Vendetta except her overhead. It's literally just overhead, 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 and she's still too strong, right? That. Now I'm not saying Chosen won't do that, so I'm not going to criticize Chosen yet. We're going to let Chosen say his piece as well as Realth. But the reason why I'm kind of giving this is because this is why I grow really tired out of Twitter and YouTube little rants, because they very rarely have actual substance, actual concrete examples, and sometimes are just flat out wrong. I am not going to get another debate about why Kiriko's design is more important than her strength. I'm not going to get into debate about where am I going with this? That balance is objectively trash and has been for years, right? I'm not going to get into debate that this patch sucked because X and Y wasn't nerfed, right? So, you know.
Interesting here, because we've been through a phase of the devs communicating more than any other.
Last example, when I made the health pool design critique video, you guys remember a couple months ago where I talked about the nerf to Wing's health, the nerf to Life Weaver's health, the nerf to Sojourn's health, the nerf to Cassidy's health, the nerf to Echo's health, where I talked about why I think that that's a dangerous tool. It's a good tool to be used, but it has to be used selectively and making characters reserve their burst damage, but be unable to take duels in more compressed space, and why I feel like that feels like a very conscious design decision that I completely disagree with, and then I explain why. That's a pattern. That is something you can actively track. You can see the number of characters that have gone down and the number of characters that have gone up. They've always chopped these burst damage characters down, right? And so I focus an entire discussion on just that point. Just explain it, you know? So
dev team on the planet, in my opinion. They have been really...
Okay, hang on.
A timely manner, and they just don't pay attention to the details.
It's interesting here because we've been through a phase of the devs communicating more than any other dev team on the planet, in my opinion. They have been really open and honest. The trouble is they don't...
There has been less communication in 2025 than there was in 2024, I think, objectively. And I think objectively, whether it was interviews or open communication, it's not been bad. It just was a large step down. That is true, I think.
Understand sometimes some of the concepts, and they are moving in a direction that I don't agree with. But I think in terms of their communication, they are moving in that direction, and they are communicating it pretty well for the most part. Obviously, the top 500 stuff was cold dropped out of nowhere. The changes to the system there. I think for the most part, that was obviously a retention measure more than anything else. You can't see it as anything else.
A lot of the things that we're constantly complaining about that drives a lot of negativity surrounding the game all just boils down to that. Now, I want to start by saying 2025 has been a goated year for Overwatch. It's probably...
I disagree in general. I think that 2025 has been the year of backpedaling and kind of regressing in terms of design and direction. I think that perks are generally negative. I know that was towards the start of the year.
I'm not going to disagree with Realth necessarily here, but do you keep in mind that Realth is like the grumpy old man. He's going to be the same thing that says like, oh yeah, perks are objectively bad for balance, and so therefore I hate them. Right? Or that they allow characters to move in directions that they shouldn't necessarily go. Right?
Yeah. Perks are generally negative for the gameplay loop of the game. They make character interactions less interactive. They make the game less fun in general, just because if the power is good enough that I want it in my kit, I don't have it unlocked until later. And if it's not healthy for the kit in the first place and I unlock it, it's made the interactions worse, right? There's so many different characters.
The progression side of perks is tough.
Further away from you. And just really, any time that I die to a perk edge case, I just really feel that as a sharp interaction in the game. And I think that perks are causing massive damage to the onboarding learning curve of the game.
I do agree that perks that sharpen already sharp sharps, in his example, the Moira Fade that just takes her even further out of punishment range, is a fair criticism. And those have been the perks that I've been actively targeting. Perks that don't necessarily open up interesting gameplay loops or different gameplay loops, and then actively just emphasize the things that the character's already really strong at. I've gone in detail about which perks I would change and why I feel like that, so I'm not going to do that here.
In terms of hero bans, obviously they really chased after Rivals for hero bans. Even if none of this was directly inspired by Rivals, they chased it to get out earlier because of Rivals. I think perks and hero bans together have made the general balance of the game purposefully a lot more loose over time. We're in a situation where there's about 10 characters that I want to ban. True. I can't ban them all, and Blizzard keep putting things in the box, like Ashe and other characters like that. It's not just Sombra anymore, it's not just Roadhog anymore. It's now okay for characters.
Our big argument, mine and Realth, if you guys haven't seen our argument, I posted a couple weeks ago, was that he argued that hero bans is going to be used as an excuse to allow them to get away with sloppier balance. And I said that that's definitely true, but I don't see that as a good enough reason to justify against hero bans. This is where Realth can say, I told you so, face, because this has been the worst season and a half or 2 seasons of Overwatch balance since probably 2023.
To be bad, and it's okay for characters to be overbalanced or overtuned because you can ban them theoretically. Now it's your own fault if you don't. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like there have been general regressions in the game in general. When you combine perks and hero bans together, what you generally get as you move through this kind of like stuff is you get the direction of the game. And the direction of the game from Overwatch 2 launching has been exclusively towards generalization, towards lackadaisical kind of like direction in terms of individual heroes and individual definition between heroes. We saw that most obviously with the tank category, where each individual tank has been given some sort of vertical movement, some sort of burst ability to be able to sustain themselves, some ability to be able to stop CC, some ability to be able to stand on point, more lethality, right? Just as you go, you tick them off, until you end up in the situation where, for me, pretty much every tank plays in the same way, whereas previously they didn't. And I think that is necessary for 5v5. But it doesn't really stop with just the tanks. The DPS as well. The DPS are incredibly duel-based. They cannot have tank hate because tanks cannot survive tank hate. So the DPS have been generalized towards dueling. For instance, Junkrat missiles being sped up, hands and arrows being sped up, all of that type of stuff. And Farah, I think Echo's had some. All of the spreads reduce, all of the projectile speed up, just makes characters better at dueling. So quite a lot of the space in the game has been removed there. And then you end up with the support category. Well, I think it's plainly obvious that every single support that is valid has been moved towards more dueling and less supporting, especially because of the DPS passive, making it so that supporting anyone in combat, regardless of whether you select your target properly or do anything correctly, is just a bad thing to do. You may as well shoot the enemy instead of supporting your guy because you're doing 30% less on the DPS, 50.
I won't stop too much here. I agree in most of what is being said and disagree in points. But obviously, we can't pause. I mean, we're 8 minutes in.
But still, it's one of those situations where a lot of the skill in the support category has been removed in terms of supporting. And I think that really fucking sucks. So when I go through, I think, you know what? All the patches they've done recently have been in this direction. They've gone this way.
I agree to an extent. I do want to talk really quickly about some of the way that he's saying that support and damage is done right now. I think right now, damage is way too bursty and way too focused on elimination. And I think support right now, in terms of the dynamics of how you can support and how you can manage your resources, is also missing. But I don't think that that was necessarily any different than how it was in Overwatch 1 completely. I think Overwatch 1 support was often a lot easier and a lot more focused on frontline trading. But I think the problem with support is way more to do with support hero design and how poor and myopic support design is. Like, there just isn't, like, every aspect of like supporting has been like dumbed down. Like, you have characters like Lifeweaver with like these really weird utilities, and they just really made no effort to make that utility creative and thoughtful. And then you have characters like Wuying with like wave and like wall jump capabilities and like all this movement tech that was like potential with his kid. And then just like, nah, you're just going to shoot and then just have like an AFK heal orb. And even like characters like Juno, I think, who have improved a little bit, like there just isn't enough types of support. Like, they've hit a stone wall with support design, and we don't see, like, you guys have heard me talk about like attack speed, movement speed, cooldown reduction, single target speed, minor buffs, more heal over times, movement capabilities, utility. Like, there just hasn't really been a lot of exploration in that, like, at all. And that's not even necessarily a recent problem. So that's kind of my criticism of support. And I don't think that's necessarily correlated with 5v5 or 6v6, although I guess you could say partly. But like, there's just so many things with support, like in terms of non-damage dealing support, non-healing support, that just hasn't really been explored at all. Like, the first thing they nerf with Wuying, they don't even give him proper movement tech. All they do is they nerf his wave, the one interesting utility. And wave was already bad to begin with, because the only thing wave did that was actually relevant was heal buff and heal. The damage was irrelevant, the boop was irrelevant, and so they just nerf like the only utility that they have, and then now they just is just a basically off angle damage bot, which I think is still interesting, more fun than like, let's say, an EDRA. But like, Realth is right that, like, I don't think it's a 5v5, 6v6 thing, but like a lot of the support in Overwatch is just like really boring. Like, I know people praise it compared to Rivals, but like I still think that there's like actually so much more room for growth and Overwatch support. Like, so much more room. I've talked about Kiriko's kunai, or not kunai, her healing Ofuda being reworked to being like a heal over time that provides an ability cooldown reduction or a movement speed that lasts for 2 or 3 seconds for 10% or something like that. Like, you have to be selective, and you only have so many Ofuda, so you have to, like, there just isn't like a lot of like brain investment. And the Lifeweaver, his pedal pull basically used the exact same way, sit in the back, never take any action. They've reduced his HP. I've given him all these ideas about like different ways to play support in Overwatch, and it just kind of comes back to off angle and shoot or off angle and heal. Like, that's basically support in a nutshell right now. Like, there's some exceptions to that, like Sleep Dart and Nade, you know, like Brigitte the Whip Shot, stuff like that. Those are relatively thoughtful, amp speed. But a lot of Overwatch support on a lot of characters is just like really, really not very creative or clever. And I think that's a fair criticism, to be honest. There's just so many like design spaces with support that would make it so much more interesting. But so the support category in Overwatch has so much fat, like so much fat. Like, there's so many heroes that are redundant, are really boring to play, and really repetitive. Like, I'm gonna hurt some people's feelings. Moira, pretty brain dead. Mercy, pretty brain dead. EDRA, pretty brain dead. words here. Wooing is repetitive. Not bad, but repetitive. What am I thinking of here? Even the way that Kiriko plays, pretty repetitive. Zenyatta, pretty repetitive. I know it's going to be a hot take. I love Zenyatta. Pretty repetitive. You got your Anas, your Briggs, your Lucios. Lifeweaver, very repetitive. Bap, very repetitive. A lot of his weaving is gone, and a lot of his kit sucks right now. So there's like no nuance or thought to your kit really anymore. So like you have like your Ana Brig Lucios, which are still pretty interesting with their kits and how they function. But like a lot of support kits are just really dull. And like Juno's kind of borderline, you know? So,
but what we talk about, they've gone in this direction. And I think the direction
like the utility that you used to be able to give tanks would still be useful in DPS. But the problem is that a lot of the utility that you gave tanks in 66, like Lamp, like Shift, and so on, were also only just support focused, right? Don't even say speed, because we still only have, like, we only had one speed boost there, right? So,
I think it's reducing the diversity within the heroes.
But that's my point, Imambol. If contesting angles in 5v5 is so important, don't tell me that just damage and healing is the only important thing with contesting angles, right? It's not the only thing. Like, there's so many different, like resource management. And especially if you made more DPS characters, like Freya, like Sojourn, less reliant off of their big burst damage and more cooldown management, more patient, then you would have these duels that were actually lasted longer than 1 or 2 seconds. You know, you'd have these duels that were like wars of attrition, right? Like we could sit here and talk about how Lucio uses his speed amp in a Tracer 1v1. I want more conversations like that actually puts a lot of thought into it. There's so much utility that just isn't explored. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Bab's immortality field is trash, you know?
I think it's reducing the diversity within the roster, within the roles.
I hard disagree with your take on the DPS. With what? You're going to have to specify.
Just generally making the game worse by and whole. And on top of that, we have obviously the just shit balance, quite frankly. The ones that are purposely seemingly designed to shake the apple cart. And even more, the lesson that we learned from 2025 appears to be fucking do it more. That seems to be what Aaron's learned.
That concerns me as well. More content, more content, more content, which nowadays it's hard to say no, but quality, you know.
He's just said, well, perks, we realized we could do more. Oh, did you, Aaron? Did you realize you could do more than perks, right? You can flip the table harder next time, and the community can just about bear that. And I do think it's really difficult to have as a conversation, and that's why I'm so insistent upon it, because I think quite a lot of these are things that do feel good to the person playing the game, but makes the game worse overall. So the conversation necessarily is, you like this thing, but you shouldn't, and that's
it's about how long will the new shiny toy last, right? And I think that it's fine to introduce shiny toys, but you need to be very diligent with cleaning it up and fixing it and reworking it and tweaking it to make it something that can stick and last for a long time. I think the issue is not the burst damage, it's that they have burst plus infinite spam plus AoE damage. I don't know. I'm not sure I fully understand what you mean.
Discussion to be able to have with people because people have end up bias. And so I don't really get any reaction from the community. I don't get anyone saying, Realth, you are stupid about this one point, you are wrong about this one point. I just get, for the most part, I like it anyway. As always, I like it anyway. So
telling you, this video is going to be negative, and this reaction is going to be negative.
I think that's a
so don't let this boil down to everything sucks.
And I'd be curious as to what he thinks.
I want to start by saying 2025 has been a goated year for Overwatch. It's probably the best year they've had outside of like a release year.
So I just straight up completely disagree. It's a struggle because they've released new things, and releasing new things get players and eyes back on the game. But does it? Like, does it get players and eyes back on the game? I mean, it's fine. Don't get me wrong. There is an uptick. They have done better than they did the previous year.
I don't really know
the previous year, in my opinion,
Steam works
really bad. Like really,
I don't know how many
really
players
bad.
actually use Steam.
Look at this.
Even good for good news, I went to Steam.
I'm sure before the season launch where they're going to shake up everything, but this is not a good. Just can't articulate or understand. Well, I think that's really the answer. I think this year has a lot just can't articulate.
I don't think this is necessarily true at all. I think all the streamers, high level players, pro players burned out at the release of Rivals because everyone was just grumpy and bored at Overwatch and been playing it chronically. I don't think it's as bad now. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to this.
understand why. I think that's really the answer. I think this year has been pretty disastrous for the game, and it's because of the systematic changes that have been made over the years are just coming to a head. And
I disagree with the systematic changes. If you want to talk about 5v5 66, sure, that's fine, but like I don't think things like map voting, hero bans, and all these other systems have done anything but be good for the game, to be honest with you.
Philosophy really is at this point move fast enough that people can't work out there's no stable ground below their feet. And the worst part of this is
see this is the thing, right? Like you're exactly right, Explosions. Like every single Overwatch streamer has been doing this for years, almost all of them, right? Like a lot of them. So to me, my big take is that this is why I think Overwatch needs to devote resources into new content for sure, like the whole perks, but you can't only do that because it's never gonna be that game anymore. I really just don't think that that's ever going to be the case. Like I know that sounds a bit cynical, but like I don't think any game can be that game anymore. And so what you really need to focus on is making Overwatch, Amari, get down, more competitively, not just for the high ranks, but for the more competitively honest and improved systems, kind of like what Gavin has been doing a lot of. Because I think like you could definitely have spikes in content, but you're never going to be the hype new thing, no matter what you do. It's just not going to be. So it's a 10-year-old game. So you got to make it the most strong, fortified, quality. Everything that we do with release is high quality. And so that what we do is you really develop that strong fan base that never really gets the quality experience that they deliver from anywhere else. I think it's more about retention at this point than just about new heroes. I think the only problem I think with that, and I want to kind of like cut them some slack, is I think that there's like some nuance there, because you could also say that like Overwatch 2 is trying to win people back, because it is a good game, no matter what you think of it. Like at least I think it's a good game, and it's way better than I think there's a lot of new systems, but a lot of people still have a very negative perception of it. So Overwatch is kind of like this weird dynamic where it's like trying to prove itself and trying to draw in new people, because they'll be like, hey, if you get them in, they're going to play. But also it's still 10 years old. So it's like I can see both sides of the equation, but I really hope they don't lean full into the content side of things, because I don't think that's going to be a good long-term investment. And realistically, you only have so many development resources, right? So you can't do all quality of life stuff, of course. You have to keep releasing new heroes and new content, but you also can't just say, well, frick it, we're gonna completely do Overwatch 3, and we're gonna have perks and team ups and systems, and we're gonna release 55 heroes a year, and we're gonna release 4 maps, and like, what improves player retention? That's a great question. I think it's interesting new game modes, not interesting new game modes, maybe putting attention onto different ways to play the game, whether it's like the workshop, 6v6, 5v5, like the things that people actually like, right? Putting more resources into things that actually work. And then I also think, for me selfishly, I do think this is where like competitive stuff does matter, because people who grind your game, that's where you're going to get high player retention. Like you talk about like games like League of Legends, Deadlock. These are games that people are grinding because there's so much to learn, and it rewards the effort, it rewards the skill, and it rewards the knowledge. And that's where it's like, where does Overwatch fail to check that box? Where does it feel like there's like you're not improving, or where like you're getting cheesed, or whether like the balance is bad, or right? Like that to me is where like I think now I am not super educated on that. That's a great question, but that would be where I would start to investigate. Or even just improving systems, like the hero panel, or the map voting, or whatever, you know? So I think they just have to like invest time into increasing the quality of their product on literally every front, right? Whether it's cinematics, whether it's sound design, like literally like give nobody any reason to say anything negative about Overwatch. Obviously that's complete, it's an exaggeration, but you understand what I'm saying.
the tank experience is the worst experience in Overwatch compared to the other two roles. The people that play the game the most appear to be getting burned out on the tank experience the most, making the queues worse at the high level and
I don't want
the
to talk about
time
this.
unless they sell.
We've talked about this
I think it's fighting
so many
fighters
times.
lack of big balance patches causing burnout. I think there are big balance patches, to be honest. I just think the big balance patches are just when the apple cart is already upset, like patching in Vendetta, just dominating lobbies, these things. And I think this whole speech, right, I've probably been talking for the game, and I do wonder if anyone else has in the creator space actually has the same opinions, apart from Greed, obviously, who's here to be my emotional whipping boy.
They added.
I don't think anyone was.
They recognized that they needed to spice up the game, and I think Perks did it perfectly. They added.
I don't think anyone was not playing Overwatch because it hadn't been spiced up recently. I think people weren't playing Overwatch because Overwatch's gameplay loop was boring. Now, so spice, right? Spice is moving stuff around, flipping the table.
I mean, I don't agree with Realth, but I also agree with Realth. Like, I don't think the gameplay loop was boring either. I think people weren't playing the game because either they were burned out, which we can talk all day about that, or they just didn't think Overwatch had anything new and exciting. Like, the reason why people are perceiving 2025 as being like the year is the spice got headlines. That's the real thing. Like, let's be honest, guys. The reason why Perks and Stadium were so important is because they made headlines, not because that everybody loved them or they're objectively good for the game. Although I do like me some Perks. It's because it was content and it got people to try the game. Right? I'm not saying that the established players didn't enjoy Perks as well, but I think, like, let's be honest, like, Perks were in Stadium were way more for the benefit of people that wanted to try Overwatch. Or people that have played Overwatch 4 or 5 years ago and hadn't played since because they heard it was sucked. It was just it was a promotional thing. It wasn't like the game needs a shakeup. I mean, yeah, sure. But I remember one of my initial criticisms of Perks, which I still feel like to this day, is that Perks should never be the band-aid for hero design or for reworks. Like, in other words, Zarya should just have more verticality with alt fire without a perk, right? We should probably be very careful about giving Winston, more damage on Primal Rage or something like that. Or how are we going to give Hanzo perks, right? Maybe this character design just needs the fundamental, basically what you did is you had you could solve this hero problem with this perk. And I'm like, but it's a major and it's going to take me 9 minutes to get it. It's content. And that's why it was good for 2025. It was good for the product. It just necessarily wasn't good for the game. And I think that's where me and Ralph agree.
Fortnite does it all the time. It applies loads of spice and keeps a gold game.
Yeah, okay, you guys want my opinion? This isn't a hot take for you guys, but it's definitely, I think, a hot take for the larger community. I would be fine. Oh, by the way, this is a perfect pause frame. Let's enjoy this right here. Wait, can I do this? Yeah. I can't do it. I think I would be cool with perks being deleted entirely. And instead, they just power crept literally every character by giving them aspects of different perks and then maybe nerfing their damage or nerfing their HP or whatever else. Like, we'll I don't want to power creep the game into oblivion, right? But, like, I would be fine if they literally deleted perks and said, you know what? That character really would benefit from that versus bad matches. Or this character already has all these strengths, but that's a fun way to play the character. Let's try that. I would be fine with that. Or, you ready for this one? Give them one perk and make it minor perk really quick. Because you're right. Like, whenever the more I play with perks, the more I'm like, well, I just kind of wish I had that all the time, because that actually makes playing this character a lot more thoughtful, a lot more interesting. Like, speed boost on Brig, man. Like, I hate Brig is so frustrating to play without that speed boost on Bash, right? Because I'm like, man, this actually helps her in her horrible matchups so much and makes me way more creative with how I approach things. And then there's just, like you said, a lot of perks that just don't do anything. A lot of the quality of life perks. So it would be net buffs for a lot of characters. But yeah, I agree. Having it tied to perks is kind of feel bad. And the reason it is done through a sense of progression.
Ish the same, but it changes a lot because the explosives can just change building entirely, a building can get validated for a while, etc., etc., etc. Fortnite can move fast enough. Overwatch just can't move fast enough as a company. Blizzard cannot move fast enough.
I agree. I just don't think that there's enough resources here, especially since Stadium. There just isn't enough resources. I thought my cat was on the counter, but he's not. Okay. I think it's unrealistic to move at that content pace. And Fortnite, has always, not always, but has been bigger than Overwatch for a long time, has had more resources than Overwatch for a long time, and is also, 2-3 years younger, which is not a lot. Like, I'm kind of splitting hairs here, but yeah, I agree with like, we're just not going to keep pace. Like, Overwatch is no longer an S-tier content game. It hasn't been for 6 years, 7 years, probably longer than that. 2017. Okay, frick me then. That's irrelevant then, basically.
In order to keep the floor moving, they cannot jiggle the table fast enough to keep the pieces on the floor and people putting the pieces back on the table. In my mind, Overwatch should be a core audience featured game that is designed to play the best that it can, because Blizzard is a premium product company, and
I agree.
Marvel Rivals is
premium product company has to be the way to do things. And I really think that also kind of matches Blizzard's like history too, like really creative, really hardworking, like not slop. Like I don't think Blizzard has ever been like a slop company, and I think like that. I think nowadays it's so dangerous, man.
A slop company that can shovel shit into a trough faster than you can do anything else. So if you're going to
exactly
compete in slop shoveling, probably don't compete against the big boys, in my opinion. Not everyone can be Fortnite. Not everyone can cater to everyone and have an audience for everyone, because first off, obviously you need the cultural relevancy, and they're going to
Okay, can we talk about like cultural relevancy? Okay, look, Marvel Rivals is a great example, but Marvel Rivals is not the first slop game to be popular, right? I mean, guys, have you ever played sports games like FIFA or Madden? These rinse and repeat, and they just vomit the same content every single year, and yet people continue to play them. Like, dude, people will watch and play anything. Look at the average popular artist. Look at the average popular movie. I heard another freaking live action Rapunzel's coming out here. Disney has zero creative juice left in the engine. It doesn't matter, but that doesn't mean your product isn't bad, and that doesn't mean that you can't be successful. I want to. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you, Kyle. You're going to learn. So it's like, yeah, like I said, I just don't think you can keep up with Fortnite, because I've never played Fortnite, so I'm not going to insult its gameplay loop. I know nothing about Fortnite. But Fortnite just seems like a content game for me, a collab game for me. I'm sure the gameplay loop is decent enough, but I would much rather see like Overwatch be like the CS of hero shooters with a little bit more flavor and lore and personality. That's really, I think, what makes Overwatch exceptional. Yeah. I see Marvel Rivals at with the white woman's booty cheeks. Yeah!
that back after they get the Netflix or whatever show back. But realistically, after that, it's not really the core game community that Fortnite has. It's the kids that they have, and the kids make it relevant to everyone else. Can Overwatch appeal to the kids? I don't think it can.
I think it's too hard.
It really is a winner-take-all market, and now loads of devs are just dying because it takes a live service model. I don't know how Marvel Rivals can produce so much content in such a short time period. Like how long they've been planning the content cycle.
Money, and
it's pretty easy
skins.
to shovel out heroes. The answer. I mean, you need.
And honestly, guys, like the more risque the skin, the more money they make. So.
Models, you need 3 different abilities, you need animations, you need to code another AoE healing circle. That's basically it. Now, the rest of it comes from in-depth sound design, the rest of it comes from voice lines and animations that are actually good instead of just being like shoveled out there.
Okay, Ralph, we got to get started, man.
The success of Perks. They recognized that they needed to spice up the game, and I think Perks did it perfectly. They added depth to all the heroes without taking away from the game. It was a.
They didn't add depth to all the characters. And I know Ralph is going to jump on that, so I'm going to beat him to it. They did not add depth to all the characters. They added depth to many characters, but not to a lot of them, and that actually made some of the matchups even worse.
Risk? You say not taken away from the game, but the onboarding experience for new players now involves a load of abilities that can or can't be there at different times of the match.
I agree with Ralph in this point. I actually have a friend of mine from the old Lord of the Rings Online days message me and asking me like, hey, I'm trying to get into Overwatch. I really like this, but I'm completely overwhelmed. I don't know what to do. Do you have any resources? And I was like, nope. I talked about this in the Group Up podcast, I think the last time I was on there, and it's just like Overwatch has a terrible onboarding experience, but I don't think it's because the game is way too complicated to understand. I just don't think that there are any resources in-game or out-of-game that easily do that. And I do think Perks exacerbates that a little bit.
Changing the matchups indivially between
come to Scotland? I'm from Scotland.
Of the game. Like there's a big change to the flow of learning the game that nobody can really quantify.
Short Gargling asks me if I want to come to Scotland.
And on top of that, right?
Maybe.
Even then, the average gameplay experience has been reduced, in my opinion, as much as it's been increased by the perks. Yeah, I just don't agree.
And it was a huge success. Their stadium as well. I know there's It's kind of controversial. I can make a whole other video on that if we want to. But at the end of the day, it's new content. It's a whole other...
Stadium is just worse Overwatch. Like that's a simple truth for me. Worse Overwatch in general, when I build in order to be able to fucking murder people, I don't really enjoy it because I think of how awful it is to play.
It's not MOBA. It's not Overwatch.
So sharp that you just die instantly or you dominate the enemy team. I don't
try.
think the gameplay feels good. Who even plays Stadium? I think there's a massive core audience to Stadium. But then again, looking at the queue times for Stadium is pretty...
I messaged Overwatch and said that I would offer to put in time into a project for onboarding. They said that it was nice, but they don't think they had the time for it right now. That was some time ago.
Obvious that the community isn't actually...
But it is weird to put a lot of time into new flashy content and not have an onboarding process, I will say. Because who are you appealing to? Are you appealing to old Overwatch players? Are you appealing to new Overwatch players? Because you're not freaking getting kids.
That big. So, I don't know. It's a hard one. Stadium is, yeah. How does adding a self bubble to board increase depth? Is it 10 times more interesting to dodge a sleep with movement than pressing the one button? No, Colskin, you misunderstand.
I can't speak Gaelic. No, I would never claim that.
More depth, right? Because adding something always increases the quality of interaction between heroes. Wait a minute. Should that be the thing that we're optimizing instead of just optimizing complexity? Does complexity add depth? There's a lot of design discussions there that I don't think people are really engaging with at all.
Good point.
The way to play the game. You got a new...
I remember that's one of my big arguments with Overwatch. Should not add complex character. They should add depth characters.
Poor game mode this year. And if it's not your cup of tea, you don't got to play it. Doesn't take away from the rest of the game.
It does. I got one map this year. Anyone else get one map this year or just me? Anyone else? The devs from Stadium, do you think they got any of the senior talent into that team? Even if they theoretically did just only hire new people for the Stadium team, do you think maybe since Overwatch did its own engine...
All right, I don't have secrets here, okay? So I'm going to give you my gut instinct, okay? And I have to say this very carefully. Because I don't want to... I have heard, was told, that Stadium has their own development team. I think I'm very careful to mention that, right? However, I have zero doubts that money was put in the Stadium and taken away from the base game. I don't think it's reasonable that Blizzard was just given tens of millions of dollars to spend on a side project for free. I doubt that. I think there was definitely some give and take, even if technically they outsourced many of the development talent initially. So it is definitely give and take. I would bet my right butt cheek now on that aspect.
They had to take some of the skilled talent out of the actual Overwatch team in order to form this other team?
I don't know what percentage players.
I was wondering when a new map comes out. Well, just wait another week. Another Stadium map will come out. Don't worry.
Also, I know there's some discourse around that, and I'll talk about that later in the video.
Yes.
The hero releases this season have been good. Vendetta, pretty fun.
Get screwed. Vendetta, along with their current design philosophy, has fucked up quick play. Anyone else play quick play recently? You can't permaban it in quick play. Yeah, so Vendetta doesn't exist as a hero in comp and ruins every single game in quick play because Vendetta could literally...
Save side is strong. It's the worst part of the Overwatch hero design right now, team. The worst part of the Overwatch hero design team, in my opinion, right now, is the save side is strong gets abused, and then they marry themselves to an aspect of the hero's kit and refuse to touch it. Freya's 2-tap, Wu Yang's damage, Vendetta's overhead. 3 heroes in a row that basically, nope, this has to be the way the character finds all of their value, and we're Sojourn one shot, yeah, but that's kind of going back. But yes, as a whole, that is a problem, and they refuse to budge from that. They think that nobody will want to play Vendetta if you don't do 130 damage on overhead, which is silly. And also, I think that like I gave them a lot of extensive feedback on this, and I've already said this, so this is not leaking anything, but I told them during playtest that this character needs to be faster, this character needs to do less damage, and it needs to have less mitigation. I think that was actually my specific points, less mitigation. Basically, have her be more like the ultimate dive character that was kind of like their Q line, right? And I don't know that they've had the resources or time to do that, but they have definitely leaned more and more and more on overhead, and I think that's a mistake.
With the backline whenever the fuck she wants, and always 2-for-1 in terms of resources every single time.
Wu Yang, I think, is well liked.
Wu Yang is fine-ish, but still incredibly annoying in my mind. Like, it's another spam character that can spam you around corners and chase you around corners. The primary fire
gimmick is fine.
Interesting, really interesting, fun to play with.
I really think Freya, Wu Yang, and Vendetta Hazard, Venture, these are all fine characters fundamentally. I just would have liked to have seen them go in better, different, more dynamic directions. That's my criticism. I think that like as opposed to like Life Weaver and Malga, who they've made improvements with, but still feel like really difficult. I do think all 5 of these recent characters have been good and fun and capable. I've just really disagreed with what they've done post-release a lot of times.
But I don't think it is one of those things that I'm like, wow, the game's so much better for having this in the game, right? It's just, you know what? It's diverse. It's new. I'll accept it just because of that. Mobility creep mass.
Just about how Blizzard will misuse the terms in their own game. Yeah, I mean, they I think one of the devs I tweeted about it at some point, like how she's more brawly, and I think one of the devs was like, "Oh, she was surprised. We kind of found her more divey," and I was like, "Ooh, yeah, she's definitely not." She's way too slow to compete with Tracer, Sombra, Genji, Ball, right? It's basically her gameplay loop was basically exactly what I predicted, right? Like I'm not like some freaking wizard here. It's just like you do a lot of damage with overhead, you have block, but you're really freaking slow. I mean, yeah. So yeah.
Well, yeah, having 2 get off me buttons kind of fucked up the game for a long time. Fucked up high level for a long time because Wu Yang could just mark a Tracer with 1 orb and completely stop them doing anything. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like it's new, interesting gameplay. I don't hate it, but Wu Yang was not like.
I don't want to keep beating on that. I'm just not a vendetta discussion,
right?
Freya, I think, is also a good hero. I know
Freya. Permaband. I don't know. I didn't get player because she's permaband. Freya, for the most part, is more DPS from ranged. The vertical mobility of her is interesting. I think she's interesting in terms of variety.
I'll quickly say it with Freya again. What did Lexus say? It sucks that they have a character with like 2-3 mobility cooldowns who doesn't use her mobility. I was like, yeah, that's really true, actually. It's better recently, definitely, but I mean, it freaking took them 8 months to do that, you know? So this is what happens when you're like, this character needs a 2-tap. And we refuse to explore design space beyond that, you know.
To add to the game. In terms of gameplay that is caused in the game, something hero band space balancing means that she's awful. Like, I'm sorry, but like Freya has probably turned off more players from playing Overwatch than any other character released this year. So like, literally every hero released this year was banned until they knew into obscurity. I don't think Wu Yang was overbanned apart from incredibly high level.
I'll admit he's pretty fun to play as. Okay, I'm a Hazard hater, but I'll admit he's pretty fun to play as.
I care about the diversity of the design space. I care about the interesting things that are in the game. Hazard, very realistically, has added literally fuck all. I am a proper Hazard hater. I despise this character. It is the pinnacle of needs to be able to do everything. And the wall on that tank with that amount of lethality is absolute horseshit.
I actually like Hazard. Hazard is the definitely middle of the road character, but I'm fine with that because we didn't already have that niche filled. Like the closest that we had to a middle of the road character was D.Va, who just never really fit into the Overwatch 2 headspace because her matrix doesn't function as a functional mitigation. I think Hazard was overtuned for too long, but I have a lot of fun playing Hazard. I feel like there's a lot of ways to outplay Hazard. I'm not saying that every release should be middle of the road, and I know that Realth hates middle of the road characters, but I don't feel like that niche was filled until Hazard was released. Now, if we release another tank with a little bit of like the wall climb and a little bit of block, like then yeah, I'll be like, all right, well maybe there's some other design space. So
it is awful, and adding counterplay to everything on every individual character reduces the amount of team play you need and make it so that the character becomes a
Let's not talk about 5v5 please. Twitch chat is not the place for it. Like. And I'm so tired of seeing the same freaking arguments that have been disproven on both sides of the equation.
And an all-weather pick with no downside is just boring to me, quite frankly. Hazard missed the bans, but realistically, I don't think people can say that Hazard's impact on the game has been positive.
But yeah, no, heroes were solid, and everything else has been good too. In general, Overwatch makes high-quality updates.
Hazard's like, to me, Hazard's a little bit like Venture, where like Venture definitely has some design, not some design, but can be a little bit frustrating. But like Venture's mostly okay, as long as I don't see them too much. And the same thing with Hazard. So like, it doesn't have to be for everybody, you know? I don't think every hero has to be for everybody.
Frustrating when a lot of that gets overshadowed by seemingly small issues. Okay. For example, the leaderboard changes that I made the video on recently. Obviously, it's a bad change, but it's not that big of a deal.
Seemingly small issues. I mean, like the competitive integrity of the high rank ladder is one of those things.
Did they not communicate that they were actively like paying attention to that? Like, this is kind of my problem. It's just like, yeah, it's corny, but like give them some slack. And then if they've already communicated that they're keeping an eye on it, this is where it's like, people, I know it was a bad change, But like there was clearly some vision and planning that went into it. I don't know.
That isn't.
I'm more defensive because I obviously have that relationship with Gavin that I know that he's going to figure things out. So I can understand people outside of that, but I swear it was communicated.
Just relevant to the people that are playing the high rank ladder, but because the perception of competitive integrity in the game makes people more invested in.
And I do agree that with that, like things that target the competitive integrity of the game, I think people will be way more like trigger happy about. And that's obviously been part of my feedback. Like, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Playing the game, whether they're a game worth playing, mess. People don't really want to play that for the long term. Yeah,
I'm gonna skip a little bit
of the lowest play rate heroes. So I was planning on getting into ranked until they made leaderboards, Mickey Mouse. And now what's the point if even devs don't take integrity seriously? Yes.
See, this is the kind of like I was planning on getting into ranked. Until they made the leaderboards Mickey Mouse.
I was planning on getting into ranked until they made leaderboards Mickey Mouse.
What's the point of the devs don't you take integrity seriously? This is the kind of nonsense that if you're like really sloppy with the way that you communicate things as like a content creator, people repeat this and it's just a stupid, objectively wrong opinion. Like what does it even mean? Are you like plat? Are you gold? Are you bronze? Like what are you saying? Like this doesn't affect you. What are you talking about? And even if it did, what do you mean integrity seriously? Like your rank is your rank. It's like a complete hyperbole, you know. It's like come on, man. Like yeah, like it's just nonsense. It's like people are just looking for an excuse to be dramatic, you know.
And now what's the point if even devs don't take integrity seriously? Integrity is vital to casual games.
It doesn't affect that many people, and even the people it does affect, like it doesn't stop you from playing the game. Like, but
see, that's always the answer. Doesn't affect a lot of people. People it does affect. No, it does affect a lot of people because a lot of people are indirectly affected by it.
The issue is that it's just this
I kind of agree, but
unnecessarily bad change that doesn't have to exist.
I'm gonna say it's probably from corporate. That's what I'm gonna say.
This is where like I'm not gonna say who, but I've seen some lower ranked content creators that are like they didn't nerf Zarya. Guess I'm not playing ranked this season. I'm like, bro, you're freaking plat. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they didn't nerf Diva. You know, Freya's still OP. You're gold. What are you talking about? Like, you don't experience. Stop mimicking the stupid takes of the GM players who are half the time wrong anyway. Like, what are you talking about? Think for yourself for once. Like, I also challenge you guys. Don't just mimic think for yourself. What is your experience? Like, maybe you're like, yeah, I really hate Hazard. Like, I freaking hate playing versus the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me a break. Your experience is, like think for yourself, you know? Jeez, man.
It's a retention measure. As I've already covered, Overwatch doesn't have the best play rate numbers right now. And quite frankly, high level needed a change in some way, shape, or form.
Like, yeah, Vendetta is fair. I think everybody hates Vendetta.
Because it's been camped continuously. So instead of going with the obvious change to make decay and other things like that, so you need to grind up the ladder, what they did is the pretty obvious.
Yeah, I agree. I will have to talk to Gavin about this more. Maybe there's some stuff behind the scenes that I just don't really know. But it is weird that they had this like progression system without the decay. This has to be like, because you saw it as well, like there's a rising score that the later that you play in the season, the better. But doesn't like decay do that as well? Like, because if you grind a high rank at the start of the season, you just have your decay kick in really fast. It's basically the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it's different. I don't know.
They just
I'm sure there's a reason.
Play rate metric.
And people understandably want to hurt
decay,
all we're going to hear about from the community.
I didn't perceive Rivals rank seriously, so I stopped playing after 2 seasons, 100%. Like, regardless if it cares about competitive integrity, you need to...
It's just this cycle of negativity that doesn't have to exist. There's no reason why they can't revert the leaderboard. It should be that hard. Or at least communicate. We've heard nothing. They haven't addressed any of the complaints. And so it's just going to continue. And that's...
But I think that's one of the rare times where they haven't communicated about a change like this, right? Generally, they've been quite communicative. They've changed, for instance, patches back, like Sigma's orbs, they changed back. I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like it's been long enough for the silence to be deafening.
But dominates the discourse. Another great example of this, the Season 17 block bug. For those who don't know, it was a bug where the damage reduction from armor and blocking didn't stack properly. So
it wasn't a Season 17 bug, it's also a Season 15, 14, 13, 12. It's a continuous bug that always comes up in Overwatch because whatever's happening behind the scenes, the fucking code is spaghetti.
Yeah,
like, it's actually
for the blocking,
it just continuously breaks armor.
My favorite part about this, though, is that how many people I had in my chat that were swearing they were refusing to play ranked until they fixed the block bug. And then I look at like Ramatra's win rate and the ranking is like 42 or something like that. Like literally an irrelevant character until you reach like the pro level. Like he wasn't even good in Grandmaster. And again, it's not all win rates, but I'm like, I'm coaching plats, I'm coaching golds. It just like, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, I'm not saying that like a bug should be allowed. I'm not saying the criticism is there, but people are always like so like weirdly, again, it's just like you said, it's just echoing. right?
I don't think Blizzard can really do anything about it. I think they're kind of rocking a hard place where it takes.
Because he's just not good. Like, Ramattra is so freaking inflexible. There are so many maps where Ramatra's lack of speed and lack of actual functional shield cycles, a lack of functional poke, and lack of functional cooldown trades, a lack of functional counterplay versus CC kicks him in the butt cheeks. He's really freaking good at one thing, which is why I think he's such a failure of a hero design in terms of his potential. But he has like unbelievable weaknesses. Ramatra does. You know? Like, he's actually horrific on verticality maps, on wide flank angle maps, and he's even bad versus frontline trades that don't favor him with CC or debuffs, right?
It's so long for people to notice as well. People just genuinely do not notice this stuff somehow, despite it being like an extra 40% damage reduction in some cases.
Basically, if you're on like Ramatra and you're in your armor threshold,
I'm gonna skip this. I'll give it a break.
in the meta,
Should have done a hot fix or.
Yeah, I agree.
So the entirety of season 17 was just
in terms of fixing it behind the scenes, I do think it would have took them that long in order to be able to work out what was wrong and do that.
spent complaining because the entire meta was being defined by a bug.
It wasn't though. It wasn't. Like, I actually okay? What is it? OW ticks. Maybe I'm wrong, guys. Like, maybe wtix.gg. Okay. Do they have the stats? Oh, they don't have season 17. Frick. Okay, never mind. I swear that we had stats then.
I don't even remember anything else about season 17. I don't know what content there was. I don't know the battle pass theme or anything. If there was something good happening this season, I don't remember. All I remember was just the Ramatra bug. And the thing that is really frustrating about that,
and this is the thing, is like, I'm sure Chosen dealt with this more, but like, dude, the vast majority, I remember, like I said, coaching like all these players, and you just didn't really see Ram, and when you did, you just was like, whatever, you know, like.
is why are we waiting until a scheduled patch note to fix a bug, to fix a meta-defining bug? People are screaming. They're playing phase matches on this. Did we find the fix and go, oh no, let's wait 5 days before then, very early into season 17.
It might require so many changes to not.
And I saw a tweet about it at the time saying that like fixing bugs.
But no. That's the game. Sorry, you can just ban these heroes, so it doesn't matter. I'm so glad bans are in the game, so we don't have to do this, because it didn't happen where fuck you ban it is. I don't know, one of those that is. Whereas I'd rather you just have
Vandelina, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
To get out
we are reacting to a reaction about whether 2025 was the golden age of Overwatch. You're kind of coming towards the end where we might actually pause and do something different, because Realth pauses infinitely and yaps, and then I pause on Realth yapping for the infinite. But I hope you had a good stream. You're such a loser. Nah, bro. You have exceptional taste. You have exceptional taste. I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Fix these things fast anymore, because they have removed that incentive by producing the bans, because they're leaning on them. So
I'm skipping this because we've talked about this already.
It's like that isn't always simple. When a king and an armor, he takes 20, or like say something, because when you're not on top of that stuff,
but you ban it, so it doesn't matter.
It also lacks competitive integrity.
I think at the low ranks and the medium ranks, people also don't like the fact that it's so interconnected and has so many different angles for people to come at you. I think people like the more linear maps in general, but yeah.
Game mode is just straight up unbalanced. Like, if you were winning, the losing team would essentially get like free team fights on third point, where they could win the team fight without really trying. Like, they just have to lose it. And a lot of
the trouble with Clash was,
but I don't know. They removed it. They like literally pulled the plug in the game mode. I made a whole video criticizing Clash. Trust me. I think the game mode's a joke, but was maybe redeemable, but probably required too much work. But I don't know. Like, I don't like the concept of like yelling at Blizzard for trying things. I'm okay with them trying things. I like them trying things. Take some risks, do some stuff. It's all right. But then learn and adjust accordingly. I think. Why isn't quick play though? I have no idea. Great question.
Map design.
You watch my videos sometimes. You're saying that you don't go to sleep listening to my videos every single night?
Map design with system problems. You can sometimes.
How am I going to eat without your support?
Sweep, not because the team that started off strong played badly or did anything wrong. More team
formula is pretty obvious to me. They can build more ultimates and be able to.
Okay, let's move on. I don't want to talk about Clash.
So you end up with this just for
touch. And it stayed.
You're not a psycho?
Maps, so they kind of had to keep it for the year of map release.
What's going on with Overwatch? They say, well, Clash isn't ranked. It sucks. They added this new game mode that nobody likes, and they force us to play it. That's what gets talked about. Anything good just gets overshadowed, and it doesn't have to be like that. The public perception of the game really matters. With all these issues, like, you can still play the game. The leaderboard change, you can still play the game. It doesn't affect that many people. Even even Clash, in the room that can
No,
just
it
hop
does
on
affect them because it reduces the match quality on certain actual gameplay.
based on what's in front of us, but most of us aren't that person. The reality is we like to be involved with the community. Everyone's feeling bad about the game, that spreads and it snowballs. Like when Season 15 came out, the game was fun, we were all hyped. Pressing play on the Battle.net launcher felt good, right? Because everyone's hyped about the game. You're on the home screen, you're geeked. You actually want to queue up because everyone's talking about it, everyone's having fun. It spreads, but unfortunately that goes both ways. And so it's important to keep the vibes good. Now, the last example I want to go over is balance. Now, balance can be very subjective, but I want to try to avoid that here.
Yeah,
now,
I don't think you can really control that either. Like, I mean, like, I think the best way of looking at it is like how everyone was super stoked about 2025 with Overwatch, and Realth is rightfully saying it was kind of a mess in terms of balance and raised a lot of concerns about design. But it was like, hey, it's new content and they're trying things. All right, so then my argument would be the next step would then be, okay, let's find out what worked. Let's find out what didn't work. Let's focus on cleaning up the mess, sweeping up, scrubbing the toilets, taking out the trash, fixing, reworking quality of life stuff. They didn't really do that as much as I'd like, which kind of concerns me. That would be my criticism. That's the gameplay loop I'd like to see. Try new things and then kind of clean it up. But I do think like negativity is going to kind of happen like, okay, people get ungrateful when there's nothing new, but people crying on Twitch and Twitter doesn't really mean that you're doing a bad job, right? Like, this has been my point about like the last couple of patches. That like, I mean, it's a mixed bag actually because the balance has been kind of bad, but like there have legitimately been some good, I think like some good cleaning up, taking out the trash changes. You know what I'm saying? There has been. There just hasn't been a lot of good, interesting content. Dude, it's so funny. I see pro players and like hiring players on Twitter and stuff, and they simultaneously want what I want, which is like taking out the trash and better balance, And then some of them are just like, I just want a big patch. I don't care what it is. So it's like, well, what do you want? Do you want content or do you want quality, And for me is I think like you have to have some sort of a rhythm. I think we'll probably have content next week or some announcement of content. We'll have to wait and see. You guys got to watch the spotlight. But then I hope with, whether it's perks or whatever else, is that we take the time to clean things up, improve what we have, focus on the competitive side of things and systems, the balance and so on. So that's kind of like what I would love. That's the cycle that I would like. But I also think that in terms of the negativity, I think the negativity always happens on the off content cycles. Because people are bored and grumpy. People are bored and grumpy. The game isn't actually bad necessarily. It might be. Might not be, but people are just grumpy.
I mentioned earlier that Blizzard usually puts out good high
balance is not subjective. Just there's so many people that are stupid and don't know what things do, that there's so many opinions out there that people treat it as subjective, despite the fact that if you have a full understanding of what things do, it's more or less objective. I think
I actually kind of agree with Realth here. I mean, I think balance is subjective partially, but I think a large portion of balance is pretty objective. Doesn't mean that the balanced philosophy is subjective. Like, for example, I think right now the balanced philosophy is leave certain tank heroes in the dumpster, let it be badly balanced on purpose, and that's better for the health of the game. But I also think that you can go, oh yeah, Vendetta has a 56% win rate. That's imbalanced, and so yeah. And I would also say objectively it's better to have bad tanks remain bad for the happiness of the player base. Like, the game is objectively better when Orisa and Roadhog and Ramattra are not good tanks. Just objectively better. I don't even think there should be I don't even think that's a hot take. That's where I agree. I think that there is some objectively good balance decisions.
He's just hedging his bets so that people don't call him out on his bad balance.
Oh no,
if he's going to say that, right? Like, it's just no. The balance is objective. Things are overpowered or they aren't overpowered. Things are in a good direction or the direction they want to go or they're not. Things are better or worse for the overall match quality, interaction quality between heroes and other things like that.
I know everybody complained about Tracer, but it's real funny how fast the Twitter and the Reddit and even the casual community 180'd real fast when Tracer got sledgehammer nerfed in the wrong way. It wasn't just the Tracer mains crying. All of a sudden, everybody's like, I hate these tanks, these toxic metas, Kim. Well, frick me. But it is what it is. Just saying.
Those are true facts.
Which is true. But the quality of the Battle Pass skins doesn't really matter.
Nice, Robin.
Skins aren't the game.
This is a very negative video, but I think everybody in chat has mostly agreed that Overwatch is a lot of fun, and you can tailor a lot of your experience right now, and yeah.
A simple variable change to a hero's numbers can greatly affect how the game plays. Patch notes are important. That's what I'm trying to get at. Patch notes are the game.
Of course.
Now, I want to stress that there will never be a perfect patch note, right? There will always be
True.
a meta.
You know what the perfect patch note
Kind
is,
of.
guys? The patch note on the Stadium McCree changes. Oh, that was such a good patch note. Do you see them writing an essay on why they changed one thing? Oh, man.
What? I don't know the context
Oh,
here.
perfect patch notes.
Affect how the game plays. Patch notes are important. That's what I'm trying to get at. Patch notes are the game. Now, I want to stress that there will never be a perfect patch note, right? There will always be a meta.
Yeah, and people will always be able to also pick
Well, I think Chosen is especially right there. I don't think there always has to be a new meta, but Overwatch definitely has a desire to mix things up. So
holes in whatever you do. Regardless, there's always going to be something to complain about because you can always.
maybe I should make a video about why Winston, Lucio, Tracer should always be in the top like 5 in terms of win rates. I should do that. I really should do that. I think the game is objectively healthier for maybe I don't know about Korea, but objectively healthier for America and EU when Winston, Lucio, and Tracer are in the top 3 or 4 win rates. Objectively, I think people are just happier and they enjoy the game more, and I'll explain exactly why that's the case. And it won't even just be from a perspective of like, yeah, skill issue. It'll be like, no. You want skill issue characters to be decent, at least at the higher, like not necessarily all ranks, but Winston, Lucio, Tracer should definitely be at the top at the high ranks, because that means that then they never really dominate low ranks, so that you can still counterpick, counterplay, play lower skill characters and still find success.
Twist something in order to complain about it. My lint and my take is that
Young
I
Pete,
care about
first time chat. No. Understandable.
the quality of gameplay in 6v6 more than 5v5. So when things get better for 5v5, they generally get further away from better for 6v6. So somebody will always be there to complain regardless, because I mean you're making patches for.
No hero should run a game for 8 months plus. See, that's the problem though. If when Winston, Tracer, Lucio are in the top 3, 4, 5, whatever heroes and high ranks, they don't run the game. They don't run the game. They don't even run the game in high ranks necessarily. That's the thing. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying?
At the same time.
There's always characters that you're going to find annoying to play against. Everyone has a different playstyle. So something you might find frustrating to play against, other people might enjoy. The purpose of balancing the game is to not find this magical patch note. The purpose is to keep the game fresh. The way Blizzard does their patch...
I don't know. Game fresh, sure. But remember, we got to alternate. Fresh has to be... And by fresh, not all fresh is created alike. Like, Perks was a legitimately interesting idea. Give it a shot. But then also fresh could be Orissa's meta, or Roadhog's meta, or Torbjorn is now 57% win rate. You know what I'm saying? That's not fresh to me. That smells like day old socks, you know?
Schedule is the start of a new season.
The purpose of balancing the...
Yes, but see, that's the problem, Vengeance. When you said Season 16 Tracer and GM definitely did run the high ranks, the combination of perks and the high damage, in my opinion. Oh, I 100% agree. 100% agree. Tracer was absolutely overtuned. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So they tuned down her perks a little bit, right? Not enough, I would agree. And then they just chopped off her legs. Respectfully, when Tracer's meta, I see her always. That is objectively not true unless you're in GM Champion Plus. Objectively not true. You can literally look at her pick rate statistics, even when she was by far the strongest character in GM Champion, and her pick rate was like in the top 6 or 7 from basically bronze to masters, bronze to diamond. And she's one of the only characters that's actually true. Whereas if you see other characters that are in that threshold, they immediately dominate lower and mid ranks. Even characters that are higher skill, like Cassidy, Sojourn, whatever, they start to trickle.
Game is not to find the magical patch. It's to
You
keep
guys
the
are
game
all horrible.
fresh.
I hate you
just
guys.
disagree. I do not
I
understand
agree
this.
with Rob.
Obviously, there is a purpose in keeping the game
Fresh is good, but fresh has to be done with intent. Like, you want my idea of fresh, guys? Good systems, right? Like good systems, map bans, hero bans, like in my opinion, or even things like perks that are a little bit sideways or trying out different things, sure. Or reworks, or good new heroes, or new maps. But just saying like, yeah, we're gonna buff this character just out the wazoo for no reason. I don't like that mix up. Now, I'm not saying that certain characters should never be meta, or all characters should not be meta. Like, I actually don't mind Sigma being the meta tank recently. I think Sigma's fine. But I think he's a little overtuned, for sure. I think I would tune him down, but yeah. Bro, you whack, thank you for the raid, mate. I appreciate it. Also, frick you for beating my stupid Crystal Rain score. I was so tilted I didn't beat your score. I got scammed by the freaking Ajax question, which I got scammed. That question did not make sense. I would have had you, man. I couldn't keep up with your wizardry. Dude, I was so close. I was literally one question off. And they're like, where do the Ajax? And dude, they're like, Busan. I'm like, dude, Busan. Dude, it didn't happen in Busan. I'm going to sue Crystal, I think.
Fresh, but is not the primary focus, and it should not be. The game should become fresh purely by accident. You should never be.
Should patch notes goal to make the game fresh? Partly, maybe. But I think the way that you make the game fresh is more important. For example, Moira's in the trash tier. We need to let Moira not suck for one season. All right. Can you do that while making Moira a more interesting character to play? Right? Should we mix up the meta by refreshing the perks for something new? Sure. So we're going to remove the bad perks, the cancer perks, the OP perks, the redundant perks, the perks that everybody chooses and nobody thinks about, right? Right? That's the mix-up that we want, right? To where we're adding variety, but also improving the product. Because I don't think you have to always choose between the two. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's kind of my goal here. Like, I'm saying, like, with Moira, you ready for this one? You want Moira to be in the meta? Give her the orb reverse, double input for orb reversal in her base kit. Giga buff to the character, right? But it's something that's more fun for the Moira to play. So if you're going to buff Moira, don't be like, let's move her to 250 HP and make her do more damage and do more healing. No. You know, do something that's going to make it more, somebody want to try playing the character. You understand what I'm saying? Like, remove the garbage perks and introduce better perks or more interesting perks or more thoughtful perks. So, like, when you're adding variety and you're mixing up the game, it's also something that in the long term is good. It's like you got, like, you know, if like they have like those crop things, a crop rotation in your field, you got to give your field a rest because it's been beaten up. And so you go out there and you plant like legumes and crop or like winter rye. So you're like getting a little something out of it while you're also improving the product. That's I know that's idealistic, but I just don't think it's impossible. Like, if you want Sigma, yeah, anyway, I'm not going to keep going.
Into the freshness, because that generally always happens regardless. I mean, sure, you should be hitting meta stuff on the head in order to back it out and therefore keep the game fresh, but that should be to balance the gameplay, not to make the game fresh, right? That's a secondary concern, freshening up the game. The primary concern is making as many things as possible viable in the video game, because what the fuck else are we doing? We're a hero-based shooter. If half the characters can't be played.
Like, if we're gonna buff Orisa, how would you buff Orisa? Like, if you're gonna buff Ram, how would you buff Ram? I can think of a lot of ways. I mean, Roadhog is Roadhog, you know, but there's like a lot of things that I can think about buffing Orisa or buffing Ram. So if we were like, we want a little Ram to not suck as much, you know? Okay, challenge accepted. I'll do it. I'll freaking do it, you know?
Then the game sucks by default, because that's why people come to the game in the first place. So I just disagree with that framing on patches there.
Do a big patch.
And I also don't think you need a full rework to do it either. I just don't think you just don't need that. You don't need to. You know what they did recently with Echo that kind of pushed her back in the meta? What did they do recently to meta to Echo to make her a little bit better in the meta the last several months? What did they do? You guys remember? What did they do to Juno? Do you guys remember? Obviously, they let Echo fly better with flight. A really bad aspect of her kit now feels a lot more fluid and it helps her in her weak points. Right? It was fun. It made me want to try and play Echo again. In fact, I did play Echo again on stream and had a great time with it. Right? Movement creep. Get me out of here, Didact. Listen, when the flying character has functional flight, I'm okay with it. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, that's kind of my point. You know? If you're going to have... Amari, get down. Get down. It's being naughty.
And in the middle is at the start of a new season, they do a big patch.
Yes.
And in the middle of the season, they have like a mid-season patch to kind of tweak things.
Which in my mind is pretty much perfect pacing. I don't know if anyone else disagrees. Regardless of what they're doing in those patches, I think this is about the cadence that I'd like a live service game to be able to keep up. It's not too fast that you don't know what's going on. It's not too slow that you end up with a lot of time between fixes. Even if they didn't do hot fixes between these, I think this is reasonable, even if they fuck things up.
Hey, listen, if you're going to be a 5v5er, I think you have to be the angle and movement guy, no? Although I will say, I mean, you were here, Didac, when I was complaining that I do think that you can also be the resource management guy and also the support utility guy, but maybe Realth and I disagree on that.
At least that's what it's supposed to be. Except we have not gotten this big patch in forever. We've had nothing burger patches the past 8-9 months.
I don't know that this is a real criticism. I know it's a criticism, but I don't know if it's a fair criticism. But it is weird that we haven't had
It's been a long.
You haven't had nothing burger patches. That's just not true. Just everything's.
I disagree with Robin. Jeez. I disagree, Robin Hood. Like, I don't know. I kind of like Echo more movement pilled. I don't like the fact that you get a full sticky and that person's dead. You know, like, I like movement. That's why I don't know. Like, I think damage is always kind of tricky with Echo because she was a menace in 6v. No, I'm not going to say it. She goes a menace in 6v6 versus tanks otherwise.
So out of whack that they are just making more and more characters out of whack. And yeah, sure, perks, balancing, everything going through perks, that's a problem. But the perks are meaningfully affecting the balance of the game. They're just affecting it in a negative way, right? They're just.
Oh, they're definitely affecting the balance of the game.
Maybe
that's not what he meant.
The play rate of the heroes for the most part.
That's why Tracer is OP.
Nothing burger patches. I don't think that's really true. I assume he's going to talk about the perks getting more patches than the live game, but realistically,
this is the slowest zoom I've ever seen in my life.
They've been doing pretty big sweeps recently, pretty consistently. Just the sweeps they're doing don't affect you.
Seriously, look at it.
Hamza's already really good, and then Asher also becomes obscenely stupid. Then you're still playing against a broken hit scanker. You're just choosing. You've got another flavor of broken hit scan character to play against when the other one's banned, so it doesn't really affect your gameplay experience. I think the patch has gone a lot more towards poke. I think that weirdly enough, Greed is actually right this one time. The poke slop is a problem, but yeah.
It's been a couple seasons.
Definitely,
every patch is going to have its annoying aspects. That'll always be true. But what is not okay is when a new season drops and nothing changes. A new season should feel new, not just in the skins, but in the gameplay.
It can't, because you ban out all the new stuff. All the new stuff is fucking banned from the video game, and if it's
safe side of strong problems, yes. But yeah, new players really do hate new things. I mean, he's not completely wrong here. Because at first I'm like, but there was open. But I was like, yeah, nobody wanted to play Atlas. Like, new players are so freaking scared of new game modes. I mean, he's not wrong.
Not, then all the meta stuff is banned from the video game. Basically, you've created a system.
Bro, even old dudes, like, yeah.
The player base is going to self-correct from anything interesting you do. So in order to keep the game more interesting, you have to make everything wider and sharper, right? So like the new patches are, Tracer's really, she's getting banned. Didn't do anything. We buff, Reaper's being banned now. We buff no, Widow's banned on the maps that she's good on anyway, right? So it's a self-correcting factor. You can't really have big patch balance changes.
Atlas is not a bad map.
Be removed regardless.
The thing that annoyed you last season was Turbo OP. You shouldn't have to worry about this season. There's probably something new that's annoying, but hey, at least it's fresh. That's how hero shooters go. There's always.
If you want to keep the game fresh, do buff rotations. Have 2 states of each hero. One where the hero is balanced, one they're pushed to the limit and still fair. And then each season you rotate 10 heroes in and out of being pushed to the limit. And how you do that is you make it so that when a couple of heroes are on the same team, one of them gets a buff for the other person being there, and the other person gets this team up effect. We're going to call it.
Maybe VR4 Twitch. I don't. Yeah, maybe.
From having the other guy.
The Echo movement has made her feel more fair at 225, I would agree. But yeah, I definitely think she's on that list of characters that I would be interested in seeing how she would function at 250.
And they're going to get a new ability, right? So we can cycle through characters and make new, fresh metas. Oh, shit.
There's no worse feeling in the world than when you wake up, it's a new season, you get on, you check the patch notes, and you realize it's a nothing burger. And the feeling of despair sets in as you realize that
people just want shiny things.
Season, there's another 2 months of that.
It's always going to be the same shit now. It's always going to be the same shit. The community will self-correct towards the same shit.
And that's when the complaining in the community gets bad. People always complain.
I don't necessarily agree with Realth there, because even if you factor in like 3 or 4 hero bans, like it, I mean, even if you defend, like for example, right now, like you can legit just pull up pick rates right now and compare it over the last few seasons, and even with bans, the pick rates of characters are like dramatically different season to season, dramatically different. Right? So I don't think that's necessarily true.
About balance. I'm not saying that'll stop happening. People always find something to be mad about. But when something's bad, and then a new season happens, and it doesn't get fixed, that's when the complaining gets really loud. Because, it's one thing to have something OP or whatever. It's another thing when it was already supposed to be fixed.
I don't really care about the discourse around people saying, people are always complaining, what's the point kind of stuff. Like, I just disagree entirely with this. I think you can be close to a better game, you can be further away from a better game. I agree with him.
True.
Things need to be fixed. Fix the things. Unfortunately, the entire game's completely fucking out of whack at the moment, so it's hard to fix.
Do we stop here? I feel like we said we were going to do half, and we've done more of half, and this is just, I mean, between me pausing and Realth pausing, this is, when we haven't gone full brain rot. It was only 1.3, so I've shown a lot of restraint here. I think we'll stop there. We might finish it on like Thursday, Saturday, depending on when we finish. That would be hilarious, as we do the podcast with Realth on Thursday and then react to Realth's video afterwards. Maybe I react. No, that was reactception, man. No, keep going, bro. I like, look. We're gonna be here for another hour and a half. You know. If a packs made you despair, I mean, I think it was being more hyperbolic or whatever. Realth is gonna react to this. Oh, I know he's gonna react to this. Hey, Realth, frick you. Sorry, guys. I just had to let him know. Yeah, good points from Realth so far. Definitely agree with like the whole like there are, I think, more objective measures. I don't think everything is subjective. I do think that there's some legitimate concerns from within the competitive community, myself included, of, you know, shiny toy, shiny keys, key jangling, and then cycling that with like actual quality improvement. And I think this season, 2025, has been insane for quality key jangles, but has also not demonstrated a lot of significant improvement in terms of like quality stuff as well, besides the systems. I think the systems have been really good. But like in-game stuff, like, you know, optimization, reworks, map reworks, some of the balance stuff, and so on. Ezekiel, we need awkward hottie Chris reacting to Realth reacting to you. Yeah. For sure. But as always, we listen to Realth because I like the mixture of opinions makes things way more entertaining than just like, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I'm like, yeah, I agree. No, you bloody idiot. Like, what is wrong with you, you moron? And then, yeah, good point there. Yeah, it's basically mine and Realth's relationship in a nutshell. Calling each other dribbling morons and then going, yeah, that was actually a great point, you know? So, what's your problem with the live coaching format? Wait, what are you saying, Sue Russell? Reminds you of the peak. What's your problem with live coaching format? More Gooner skins. No. I don't think that would be the play. We were memeing, he meant nothing? Oh. Well, I wasn't sure like if what I was missing here, you know, it's like comedy here. The real issue of the state of Overwatch, their so-called creators will enter the 4th and 5th level of React slot because there's nothing really going on. You laugh, but I have had to kind of dig out some old projects. Like you could tell the map thing here. So it's actually good though. It is unironically good because I've been able to do like the podcast with Realth. We've been putting that one off for forever because we've just been too busy. But now we have time. So that's just dandy. Time to start drama? Should I just like punch somebody in the face? That's gonna be the drama. Go to Spotlight and just pick a fight with somebody. Just start wrestling and grappling, just like, you know, that would be it. Set up an octagon, maybe. Thoughts, concerns? An actual meta shift just for the freshing thing is up? I mean, I don't know. Like we. Are you talking about like a shift away from Sigma? Like Sigma was a freaking massive meta shift. If you're saying that it's been 2 months is too long, then yeah, sure. But like we literally just had a monstrous meta shift 2 months ago. You know, y'all going to Blizz HQ again? Yeah. That's the plan. You got on a crazy loss streak from Masters 5 to Diamond. That's not that big of a loss streak, mate. Don't worry about it. Keep like that. That's Masters 5, 4 to Diamond 2 is like baby loss streak. I coached somebody today that doubled that loss streak. Baby loss streak. You're fine. Spilo versus awkward fight. Well, winner tank players happy? I don't know. What are my predictions for Overwatch Spotlight? I cannot make predictions. No predictions allowed on my end. Too much play testing. I will speak with Blizzard, and if things are announced, I will find out what I am allowed to talk about in terms of play testing and what has changed and what I've learned, and then I will tell you guys. I will be as honest with you guys as I possibly can, as always. As honest with you guys as you possibly can. Are the changes interesting? No. Extremely boring. But no leaks about anything. Joking aside. No talking. Did I enjoy using the software? What software? I cannot empty Sky. I'm not going to say anything about Spotlight. Legit, big zero. Big zero. Sorry. No sauce. How much for a leak? 50 cents, but that's it. It's been days and days of losing. It's all right. Like I said, a little bit happens. Don't sweat it. Yeah, Spotlight's a big zero. Yeah, actually nothing happens. No interesting, no content. It's a big debate. You know Aaron, he's a troller. No public coaching today, or y'all uploading it? Probably just uploading later. We have an uploading backlog, like, so Stefano can get busy with stuff. So we have like the uploads that get posted on Spilo coaching are usually like at least a week old. So yeah, Spotlight is gone. California has slid into the ocean. So yeah, sorry, I can't go into more detail. But I will try to do what I did with Vendetta, which is like, if anything is announced, whatever, I will try to be like, hey, this is kind of my feedback. This is what to expect, but I will tell you what I can. I will tell you what I can. They dropped the 2 in Overwatch. I don't know what that means on the announcement. I don't know if that means that if that's actually happening, or if that's like, I don't know what that meant. Like, I don't know if that was on purpose or what. I saw a lot of talk about it, but I don't know. So, okay, what we're doing? I'm waving goodbye. I'm gonna go lie down. I'm gonna go take a walk. Stretch my legs. I've been sitting on my butt for over way too long. Goodbye, guys. I love each and every one of you, Twitch and YouTube viewers, personally, as much as your parents. I'm so freaking proud of you guys. You guys are the greatest. Go be kind to somebody else. Go exercise. Eat something that you enjoy that's also not crappy for you. Go hang out with a friend. Read a couple pages of a book. Take a shower. I'll see you guys later. I love you guys so much. Each of you random strangers that some of you I maybe will never meet. I appreciate you guys. No, I appreciate y'all's support. Loves and kisses. I'll see you guys. Well, we will be here on Thursday with a big old saucy podcast with Chris and Ralph discussing coaching philosophy and so on. It's going to be pretty saucy. An actual discussion debate, possibly. And I'll see you guys then. We'll probably be starting a stream with that on Thursday. So it'll be right from the get-go. I'll see you guys then. Good night, y'all. Loves and kisses.